I call to order the Waverly City Council for our Saturday budget study session on February 4th, 2017. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as distributed by our city clerk, Carla Geyer?
Approval of the agenda.
Been motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and seconded. All in favor signify with yes.
Yes.
Opposed with no. Becomes our agenda. We have a guest council person in the house by the name of Ron Mathias. And Ron is familiar to many of us, a very prominent Waverly citizen, former city council person, if I remember, going back into a few years back, and has a great track record with Wartburg College and other places. Ron, would you be willing to share a little bit about yourself? This is important. We're not doing a whole lot of voting here, and maybe until the end anyway, in terms of focusing. But you have full voice, and so it'd be nice to have you part of February. But a little bit about yourself.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity of being here. My service on the city council was 40-some years ago, and consequently, I have no illusions that my previous experience has anything to say about life in Waverly now, except that it is, and we continue to press for it being a good life for us, for our families, for everyone. And I'm a Bremer County kid. I grew up in Denver. I've spent almost all my life here. It's been great being part of this community, and I expect that this is the last community in which I'll ever live. So thank you. Thanks for your good work, and thanks for making Waverly the kind of place that we love.
Very good words. Thank you, Ron. For today, we do reach for wisdom that's bigger than any one individual. So it should be an interesting session, because if wisdom is beyond any one individual, we're going to need each other, and we'll need to listen to each other. Last week, for the public, we worked on the nitty-gritty budget, but today is not so much nitty-gritty, but also part of the workup to making wise decisions. We're going to look a lot at capital projects. Everything that's coming before this council today is a part of the will of the people. But it's a complex thing because we can't do everything for all people, at least in the immediate. So wisdom is going to be reached for, and we look forward to seeing where wisdom leads us. Again, our study session item is the review of this 17-18 budget. We're going to look at debt service and capital projects and enterprise funds. I'm going to turn the focus over to our wonderful city administrator. And for those of us feeling a bit of confidence around the room, it's because this is our area of strength for our city administrator, who comes to us as both administrator and a CFO background. And it's great to have your background. It's going to be a whole wonderful level of discussion. James Bronner.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the build-up. Hopefully I can deliver to that. A couple housekeeping things first. I handed out a good piece of paper or so around the dais. Some of it's follow-up from the last meeting that we had, and others is stuff we'll proceed into in a little bit. The one item we had talked about last time was the cell phones that we have throughout the city, whether they be employees being reimbursed or actual city phones. And so we pulled together the number of employees we had, the amount per month that they receive, or per pay period, I should say, and then kind of what that total is. So there's three different levels of phone reimbursement that we have in the city. One is a very minor one. It's just under $7 a month, and that's pretty much just for phone calls, being received. The other is a little more, and again, it's more in usage, just under $14 a month. And then the largest amount is if you're taking emails, media, that kind of thing as well, and that's just under $28 a month. And then we just have 5 phones, actual city-owned phones that are out there. As we look through, the yard waste site has one. That's the only phone out there, actually, is that cell phone that city has. Our meter reader has one as they're out and about in the city doing that job. 2 line maintenance people have them. And then our building superintendent has one, which costs a little more, as there is equipment software running on that. So we're tracking different items. And so when you summarize it out, whether it's by pay period, by month, the total is about $15,600 for cell phone reimbursement or cost throughout the city per year. So I know that was asked for, talked about. We want to provide that. And then the other piece that we handed out, we talked about some of the maintenance on our large equipment. And so staff did go through, got in the system, pulled one of the reports for this one is the rear loading garbage truck, which I think is actually in today's discussion that they would be looking at replacing. And so they pulled from the system the last 4 years of maintenance that's been done on it. And that's what you have before you, from oil changes to tires, general repairs, et cetera. And hopefully this is the information council's looking for. I'm not sure how far to go with this in a sense. We just want to provide the summary to show the diligence staff does go through when they look at some of this equipment, how it's maintained. And I'm not sure going forward what exactly the direction will be from council as to what do they want to see or not want to see as it pertains to something like this, if this is what was expected or if this is enough, or I guess that's the question I have for council at this point in time.
Yeah, I think that simply providing this from my perspective is what is, and that's gracious. I mean, we're not, again, wanting to micromanage, but it also is some people's area of strength as well. Mr. Lampe does this for a living as well. So,
since I did ask for this, I would like the opportunity to give my opinion on it. I think this is good. If this is a good summary of the annual costs. Just scanning through this, I don't see any major repairs on any of these, on this vehicle in particular.
Right.
Just basic maintenance, tires, that kind of thing. I, for one, would like to see this type of thing in any capital replacement that we want to do as far as equipment. I'm sure it didn't take too long to pull this out as a standard report. Am I wrong, Brian? Is Brian here yet?
Yep, he's right there. Come on up if you would, Brian.
This is just a standard report? Is that from your software?
It's the one out of the software. The only thing, and I don't know if that has that, is that stuff outsourced is not part of that program because that is billed separately. Sure. And that's how the program is set up, dealing with providing information up to the accounting office. So this takes a little bit of time to put in the outsourced stuff because that's done by hand going through our paper deal. But we are currently in the process of looking at our program, which was updated within the last year, being able to incorporate the outsourced work into the program and then have that in the final summary, but not causing any problems with accounting. So Darcy, my office manager, will be getting with Jen with a program to make sure we're not fouling up anything in the accounting part.
Sure. Now, this particular piece of equipment, has there been any major repairs that were outsourced on it? Do you know?
I don't know offhand on that. If it did, it would be something that our guys would not be able to handle, or maybe warranty work, and then warranty work would not be totaled on there anyway. So
I'm not familiar with the scope of how big of projects you do as far as maintenance on these.
Well, up until we moved into the new facility, some of the larger stuff we had to outsource because we were not able to put it up on the lift, and let alone have the room to have it down for a number of days when we have other pieces of equipment that need to be worked on. Sure. So now currently with the new facility, we are able to do a lot more in-house and That way, we're not taking up room. We have plenty of room to work on other items while we may have something down here recently. We had one we had to replace a radiator on, or the springs and stuff like that, which in the other building, we weren't able to put it up on the lift, and the guys had to work on it from the floor, or crawling underneath the floor. So that has made a big difference. So.
And hopefully that's some of the return that we can realize from the new facility. Too.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the information. I guess I probably wouldn't have been looking for like all the like, I guess, bill by bill by bill. Kind of what I was looking for is basically a schedule of all the equipment. And maybe some of this is totals, so I had an idea of what we had, what we're paying for maintenance. I think last time it was discussed that it's like, well, we would just support the policy that we approved, and I don't remember ever talking about a policy or approving a policy, so maybe if we could see that. I don't know what they do, but what I would look for is kind of so you can get an idea of here's the piece of equipment, here's the maintenance that we're doing. Obviously, the maintenance is climbing up, that within your program that justifies a trade. It's kind of what, we don't want to look at the detail, because if you look at the detail, if you just start looking at oil changes, you're kind of doing them every 2,000 miles, and you skip 20,000 miles, and so forth. So we don't want to get into that. I mean, I guess what I was looking for was like a bigger picture of all the equipment, and so I can have an idea of what our maintenance or what our schedule or what our process is for trading.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can try and get that to you.
Maybe I
short
can just
period
kind of
time.
scratch something. I don't want to. I could kind of scratch something out on a whiteboard, kind of what I had in mind. Maybe I can just kind of send something or.
No, that'd be great if you could do that, Dave. I know we have a program in hand, and they do list out the equipment, and so I guess we were misunderstanding. I thought this is what we were asked to provide was the detail 4 years of maintenance.
Was for Dan Lampy. And again, this is his area
Right,
of
but
strength,
without-
and we appreciate.
But without the outsourced expenses too, you need to include that.
Well, and I looked at the outsourced. I've got that handwritten note in there. It didn't transfer well. It was tires. That's what was outsourced in this vehicle.
Outsource on that vehicle.
But again, I guess the overall question, I can get that as well for you, it's not a problem, is this worth having per vehicle? Is this something council wants, and when would you want to see this? Is it at budget? Is it before we would purchase it? Is it, what is the timing of something like this as well? And that's why we didn't go through the task of printing everything off for every single vehicle we have, is to make sure it was something you value and want to see, and when exactly would you want to see it, I guess is the ultimate question for us.
Yeah. And
Well, I'll say that I don't need to see something like this. I think when you put your proposals together for purchase, I mean, I think what Dave said about the general overall policy, if you have one, or even just a practice that you can summarize quickly, if we could have that, so we have a general understanding going into budget, what drives your decisions for replacing major costs in vehicles and equipment. And I'm speaking for myself. And then something like this is not very useful to me. I think that, and I understand it's Dan's areas of expertise, and we all have areas of expertise, but I think our role here isn't to do what we do at work in our areas of expertise. We have a different role here. And so I would appreciate whenever something comes forward for payment or for purchase, well, not for payment, but at the beginning of the process, if you can include it in your memorandum that you always send us, the main points of why this is needed now, refer back to the policy or the practice that you have, and that it's within that, or if it's not, why it's not within it and is needed now. And that's good enough for me. I figured this kind of thing that we got today is something that the people who work on this day in and day out and their supervisors are taking care of, and I trust that those jobs are being done well until, that point where it's proven otherwise.
I would kind of agree with Edie, and I just kind of wonder, we've got the report that we have to, I mentioned it last time, the report we have to submit to the state of what equipment we have every year, and almost something like that where it's just a spreadsheet of this is what we have, this is the year we purchased it, this is where we're anticipating potential replacement for it. And then kind of, so that's kind of sortable that we know which ones are coming up, and we're setting aside so much, and it's just maybe 4 or 5 columns on an Excel sheet that would be able to tell us. Just kind of a preview, knowing, okay, we're setting aside budget money for this, like we see in the budget from last week, that we're setting a little bit ahead each time for purchase of police vehicles or purchase of.
I guess I disagree that this needs to be done at this point in time, so we have the ability to approve or deny these capital purchases before we put staff through all of the work of going out for bids, getting competitive, going through that process. If we decide that we're not going to do it, the time is better spent on other things. So I think having this equipment, having these, not necessarily this type of report, but total cost for
Good.
total cost and justification.
Total cost of ownership.
Right,
Finish the
total cost of
sentence.
ownership at budget time will give us an idea of what, whether or not we can feel good about even having you go through the exercise of going out for bids and going through the replacement process.
One thing I'd like to support, if you're struggling providing reports and stuff, maybe we should offer to maybe revamp your software or spend money for software. Because you probably had to do this manually, but as I'm looking through, it looked like you totaled the years. You got the 12, 13. I can see your totals are getting bigger. So you're probably saying, well, hey, our maintenance is getting more expensive. That is probably a trigger. And if you have to do all that manually, I don't know how you do that. Maybe we should be helping you buy software or something that makes it easier for you to manage this.
Well, I know the gentleman that pulled it. This is a report straight out of the system. He had just went by year to summarize that. So yeah, I think that was done by hand. Maybe it can be done in a different manner. That I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the maintenance software on it, but we can certainly look at that.
I guess the question I have is, if this information's pulled together, what are we benchmarking it against? Again, I understand somebody that works with this day in and day out can make that judgment call, but for me, I don't work with it, so I get all this information. We take extra staff time to give it to us. What do I benchmark it against to say it's time or it isn't time?
So how did they decide, as staff, how did they decide to even bring it up for discussion today?
That's their job.
It is their job, but it is our job to feel good about it and to approve it.
And I feel good about the folks that we hire.
Well, so do I. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying.
Again, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, if I ask staff to do this, or we ask staff to do this, how do I use it then? What do I use? What do I benchmark it against to say, yep, they're right on, it's time to replace it, or nope, let's push it off for a year?
I think it's their job to provide the benchmark and their job to provide the justification, and it's our job to provide oversight. Otherwise, there's no incentive to be accurate. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that there's not any incentive right now, but I'm saying it needs to make sense. It needs to be vetted. So when we come to this point in our budget year, that we have the information we need to say, yeah, I feel good about that. I can vote for that.
Well, if it works for council, let us try to get together. If we have a formal policy, I don't know if I've seen a formal policy on this, but more of the methodology, as you mentioned, of how we do it, why we do it, and try and get that list to you of what we have.
That'd be outstanding.
We've tried to pull that together. I know when we talked about it earlier, even our intern has gone through and put a expected life on this equipment. But you're talking 100-some pieces, and to try to get that to fiscal year, it does take time, and we've got that. We just have to get everything together, and that's the issue. So we can pull what we have and at least outline the methodology of why we do it, what we do it, the things that we look at just above and beyond. Is it miles? Is it hours? Is it, certain amount of years? Because I know a lot of times you'll see rotation of vehicles that we've just established that at 7 years, that's about all we can get. 8 and 9 get to be disastrous for us. Some are that predictable, some are not. And I do know every year staff looks at the equipment that's ready and decides, is there another year we can get out of it? There's a few pieces in here that last year we talked about did not replace them. They're back because we got another year out of it, but now it's kind of time from what we're looking at. So we can pull that together best we can and get that to you next week if that works. if that'll kind of move us forward to, again, get that methodology and the list of what we have, what we're predicting, go from there. Does that work?
Perfect.
Yeah,
Outstanding. All right.
Well, and I think what they're asking, to me, is already kind of done by when you guys have put it in the budget, and then that fine detail at the end of do we purchase or not comes up during the year when it comes back to us, when it's gone out for bid. That's when that detail of this is needing to be replaced, we've budgeted for it, and then we have the we can always say no. You know, we can always say we'll take another year on it. We didn't get a good bid on this. It's not. We don't think it's quite ready to be replaced. Something like that.
But we can't.
But we're talking about 140 pieces of equipment thereabouts.
I believe so, yes.
So if they're doing that for 140 pieces of equipment for the budget each year for us to do that, that seems like a waste of staff time when you're talking about that, when they can do it for each piece as it comes up for us, that we can then look at that piece specifically. I mean, otherwise, you know, I think a big picture kind of, we purchased this in 2003, it should be replaced in 2018. You know, we'll get 15 years out of it. That kind of an idea that we know, okay, these things are coming up, and if we see a year where it looks like there's going to be a big judgment, again, that's what your staff is doing in terms of trying to figure, okay, we've got a big year where there looks like a bunch of them coming up, which ones can we stretch, which ones can we, you know, our must-do-nows, and make that decision. But then when it actually comes during the year to us as it goes out, that's when we need the detail to say, yes, this is, you know, pull the trigger on making this move or not. To me, doing it a lot earlier is premature.
And the rationale, so that we'd say, we want to do it this year because of da-da-da-da-da-da. If we needed to take an extra year, we could, but then we're moving into the chance of costing us more. But you do that to a degree already.
Yeah, to me, they're already doing responsible budgeting by saying, okay, we're going to have a major piece of fire equipment we have to replace. It's going to cost us, you know, 6 figures. We need to be setting aside a chunk each year. You know, it's just like somebody would do in their family budget to say, okay, I'm going to be needing to buy something. I'm going to set aside a little bit of money, a little bit of each time before I have to buy it, not just waiting until, oh, we got to buy it. Let's go, you know, find the money now. So they are doing that responsibly, and in most of these, the police vehicles, when we're replacing, are on a schedule. The garbage trucks and et cetera are on a kind of a schedule where there's money in the budget that's set aside each year. It's kind of that, you know, I guess some people might look at it and say, well, why is the city taxing us more now to do it so that we don't have to tax you more later all at once? It's kind of it's that, you know, you take what you've got, you set aside a little bit, and then you've got it built up over time.
Then why aren't we just taking a pool of money and setting aside there and saying any new capital purchases need to come out of that, and then at the time of they've identified them, then we'll go through the whole selection process, and then we say yay or nay.
Because we are doing the capital. We are setting aside money already.
But we're also naming equipment right now. So if their figures
We're
are based
identifying
on,
we're identifying the ones that they believe are going to be needed to be replaced if something comes up in the year, and it's happened. You know, it's happened where something's come up that we need to replace this instead of this, and we switch it out. We've done that in the past,
I
where
think
we
they're
say we can get another year out of the one that we were going to replace because this one now needs to be replaced.
I think they're identifying it, Dan, at least the way I see it, is to do more or less what you're saying, so that we understand their rationale for it. I mean, or what they anticipate, the plan, you know, the budget is a plan. They think they're going to need the following items, and so therefore they're identified in the budget rather than just saying it's this amount and with no explanation.
I think that's exactly, from my perspective, that's exactly what I've seen is a list of this is what we need, and there's not an explanation of. We've had a lot of good discussion, but we don't have that information, and you know it was in the paper that, you know, we set the policy, but I haven't seen the policy, and we didn't approve the policy. So what I'm looking for is a very simple business cases on every piece of equipment of why we're purchasing it, and if I see that, then I can support it. But the challenge that we talk about, if we're approving in the budget and then later on and we get the detail and we can always say no, the challenge I have with that is every single time, I guess from a little bit of every single time we're always reminded, well, we approved that in the budget, why are we talking about it? But the second part of that I see, though, is if we're approving in the budget, that's impacting our levy. So if we're approving it now, we should have the due diligence in place to where, and then we're approving it, and then the people that need to purchase that can do the planning, and they can go out to securing that equipment because it was approved in the budget. Plus, that impacts the levy. I don't want to be coming back and later in the year, and then we kind of put them through another gauntlet of, it's like, well, we're not sure you should do it. In my mind, we should have the business case up front. It should be in the budget. I think maybe by law we have to approve bids or something. You know, we can probably do that, checks and balance. But my preference is that it's approved in the budget, and then we don't have to look back and put them through undue work, and so they never know if they're going to get that equipment or not.
And then it's just a matter of procedure during the normal council meeting during the year.
I'd like to see this.
We're going to approve something 15 months in advance, and that 15
It's
months
in the
we're
budget.
just
It's
not.
in the list. We're doing it.
They've already approved, they've
It's on the
already
list.
identified equipment that they want to replace.
But what you're saying is once we've approved it in the budget, then we don't have any oversight to come back and say no.
I think we have to, by law, maybe we have to go through the bidding process, maybe, and we probably have to have oversight to that just by law. But in my mind,
And we can still say no. That's the thing. Even though it's in the budget,
yeah.
we can still say no.
Sure. But
and not spend that money.
But then we have less of a, then if something major comes up or there's a reason, then we should say no. But otherwise, they've got everything approved. They can go out and start working on getting it and bringing those bids forward. Otherwise, they're always probably thinking like, depending on the mood of the budget or mood of the council that night, I may not get that piece of equipment that I really need to do my job. I'd like to avoid that.
I don't think we're that far apart on this. I mean, what I would suggest is, just so we can move on to some of our business for today, James offered to bring sort of a summary of practice that would be policy. Let's start with that. Let's take a look and see if that makes us all any more comfortable, those of us who aren't comfortable, and see where we go from there.
Thank you, Councilman.
I guess the reason I was just speaking is to clarify the position of approving it now as opposed to going through multiple approvals and stuff. So,
Nope, good discussion. And like I said, we'll try and have it to you next week. We'll write up what we do have if we don't have a formal policy approved. And that's another one of the items that eventually we do need to probably get a policy approved on that. There's been a litany of things that we've done, but yet it's not official, it's not a policy, and we probably need to address those.
And it's
so that
easier
these
for them.
issues don't come up. And it is much easier for staff to follow.
and I would encourage you too that if you need better software so you can do this easier for you and you don't have to go through work, we need to start looking at that. I'm in full support. Like I said, I've got access to John Deere equipment on my computer that we can do a lot of this stuff, and we need to make sure that you're equipped with those same tools.
Okay, no, we appreciate that conversation. If there's anything else, then let's go ahead and move on. And guest councilman, there is another packet right there by Dan McKenzie. If you want to follow along, Capital, you can certainly utilize that.
Thank you.
Since a lot of this will be somewhat visual as we kind of roll through a bit of this. We do have a capital projects up next. We're going to go through each of the capital project funds that we have. Some will be very quick as they're just showing history. They're already projects that are closed out. Some are projects we're looking at going forward. Then we'll get into a packet that I handed out to you that when we started the process a year ago, we had a debt levy of about a 240, and right now we're showing at 258. And the packet I gave you will justify, or at least ask you to look at what we are putting in that 258. The engineering for Cedar Parkway did fall within the 240, as I said it would. We did the math on it. It fits, and it's fine. So the Parkway was in there as part of the levy even to last year. The 18-cent increase would be on the projects that we have identified, and we'll go through again with a lot of photos to see what some of these are, because I know not every time we can get out and actually go visually inspect these. And but by all means, I expect you to kind of go out and look at these as well for yourself. Don't just take our wonderful photos for it, or the maps that we have to show you. But we'll go through the capital projects first, if council's okay with that, and we'll just start in with our first one, actually, our capital improvement fund. It shows Fund 320. And staff, if I happen to miss anything, please correct me on this. We got a pretty good idea where we're heading into this. We looked at capital improvement fund. Most of the revenue that comes through for this is not tax driven. It is through the the contributions from Waverly Utilities, and then there is a small transfer, I guess, to hindsight, that would be the taxable piece that comes in, the 50,000 that's kicked in for the project work. What we're showing next year is some of the items we'd like to have looked at and done. We do have a couple, 2 or 3 consultant projects we'd like to get going on. One is the South Riverside Park, and I'll let Tab give a couple details on a few of these here in a second. The golf building, as we're looking to change that, the building itself is getting kind of run down to where we're trying to figure out what are we going to do with that complex as it pertains to Memorial Park and the hospital expansion, and all those kind of factor into that area. And so, again, I'll let Tab address that very briefly, but the Southeast flood study, we'd like to get the consultant in to kind of update that study that was done years ago to see what potential is there to assist that area with flood protection, whether it be berms, whether it be any other possibility to help alleviate some of the issue that comes down there when the water gets higher. I know we talked about that right after the flood, and we decided to try and put this in here to get that going the next year. So if there's things that can be occurring, we would have the study done, we would know what it's going to cost, and we can then plan ahead to do that. Our energy lighting projects that we talked about, Brad was here weeks ago to talk about the success we've had in kind of reducing our utility footprint throughout our buildings. We just received word last week that we're getting another $5,000 in rebates from the work that we've done. So when you look at what we've spent, say $25,000 a year, though, 20% of that's already coming back in rebates before we even see the energy efficiency reduction. So it's really starting to turn into a good program that's helping us alleviate some of the higher costs that we're seeing with whether it be bulbs or the heating sources, and we're trying to put more efficiency into that. And so that's a project we'd sure like to see continue going forward. The police department has a little mile-per-hour trailer, they're calling it, kind of our unmanned officer out there to remind you when you're speeding a little too much. I think there's key parts that we can kind of put that at, certain areas of the city that would benefit. And so, again, I'll just run through these quick. If you have questions, I do have staff to help address these as well. The batteries are for the emergency management sirens, I believe. They're kind of needing to be replaced. They're not your typical Duracell D batteries. These have a little more beef to them. We got to make sure those are working well.
6 volts or something.
Maybe 7 volts, whatever it takes. 6, 7, it's right in there. The Mackey land acquisition continues on. That was part of the original Cedar River Parkway. And so we're in the 3rd payment in 9 on that. The parking spaces out front where the Oak used to stand, we're looking to maybe convert that into actual parking spaces instead of just having that pit there now that, unfortunately, the tree is gone. We need to probably get that filled in and get that taken care of going forward. That's kind of one of the things we'd like to address. And then the crypt itself, which Carly does have a photo of that. You can pop that up there. We have one of, is it only 2 tab crypts in the state? So it's kind of a historical item that we have. There's significant damage in the inside just from age that I do have a picture of that for each of you to look at as well. You can see some of the cracking that's occurring throughout. And this is a few years ago at least, so it's gotten even worse than this. Didn't really want to go in there and take more photos of it. So this is from a couple years ago, and we noticed during a safety audit that some of the top side was starting to give a little bit when you're walking around. And so it's kind of been, is it still fenced off, I believe?
So what is the crypt?
The Webster definition, or what is it, the one that we have? I'll let Deb run through
The
that.
crypt is like a man-made cave that we actually used to put bodies in over the winter until springtime when the ground thawed. The last time we used it was in the 60s. Now we have ground thawing equipment, or we use a backhoe that just cuts through the frost layer.
Is it something we need?
It's just historic. Like James said, there's only 2 in the state. There's one in Des Moines and ours, and we just thought it would be good to keep it.
Again, it's a question for council.
Yeah.
With the repair
I
into
didn't know
it,
if it was something we use it for, or
There's some things stored in it, but it's not really used for much.
do they get to see it, or is it part of the
some used to see it, but not very well.
Yeah,
I
we-
guess. It's kind of-
We could call
We-
it.
Halloween.
You walked
There-
into it,
there's
and
a-
had-
I didn't know, you know, we've got a
It's
really
not a
nice.
tourist trap. How about, it's not like a walk in and look
Come
at it.
on, that's the most popular place in
Halloween
town.
parties once a year, you know.
We've got a museum, and I didn't know if it was part of that, if it's a. big draw on
Actually,
Heritage
there's a
Days.
Warper professor that does a cemetery tour every year, and we quit opening it up several years ago because it's not safe to go in anymore.
So the repair would make it safe or not?
Yes, it'll make it safe, and
And
hopefully
what-
it'll restore it back to its
Can
original
we
condition.
tell what the amount is here now?
It says
50,000 is
50,000,
what we
and
estimated
that's
to
just
do
a
it.
ballpark. I have no idea.
We start looking at some of the repair, and again, we've not been in it recently to see how extensive it is, but you're looking at that. Well, it's hard to see on the photo, I guess. I don't think Carl's got my.
There are actually
There's
bricks that are
brick,
starting to lean
exactly.
in.
And so it's starting to cave. I'm not sure how the process works to fix it or how it.
Yeah, our process would be, we'd look for a restoration type of contractor to try to restore it back the way it was.
So again, it's this is one of council's decisions. I'll have to kind of look at. We've kind of shown you the reason why. Obviously, you can see the damage that's occurring in there. It's not safe to be in it or to show it to public from a historical standpoint. That's why it was kind of brought forward to be looked at.
I guess I'd like maybe somebody to weigh in historically why we would want to preserve it.
probably do
That would be, other than it being one of two, but
Can the state pay for it?
that is.
Well, it's taxpayer money.
We
Here,
would,
Listen to me.
we would look for grants, but again, it's somebody else's money.
So, I mean, are there only 2 left because all of the others in the state, people just let go?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's possible.
They caved in.
Die, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like there was a time when everybody's cemetery had a crypt. Is that fair to say, do you think?
I would guess that. The uniqueness of this one is, it was made out of the side of a hill, and basically is a cave in the side of a hill.
I sure wouldn't want to spend taxpayer money to figure it out, but I am curious to know what happened to the other crypts. Were they repurposed? They just let them go?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, like I said, there are only 2 left in the state.
Right.
Yeah, that could be used either way, though.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what
Anyway.
side of the trend you're on.
Right.
Either getting rid of them or preserving them. So
As a point of process, how do we, if some of us just are really fond of crypts and some of us saying, hey, I'd rather not, through the budget process, how do we go about this?
just have to be a consensus, or you want it in, you want it out. It's that kind
Maybe,
of thing, I guess.
But it probably doesn't happen here. It would happen one of those Monday night meetings where,
I think we need some consensus, but I'd
You
prefer
could
to
do
get.
it here if you wanted. I mean, if
can.
there's a
Yeah.
majority that wants to leave it for now or wants to take it out.
I'd like to get toward the end, could we?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think we need to hear, this script needs
That's
to be
why I
put
asked
into
what's-
perspective with everything else we're going to talk about.
Just a suggestion for potential relatively easy information. Is it Terry Lindell who teaches that
Yeah.
course? I mean, he may know more about it.
Yeah.
Maybe just to ask him what he knows.
The other point too is I have done, that 50,000 is a real pull out of the air type thing. I could get some more concrete numbers and,
we'll probably end up getting WHKS involved. I mean, they're going to have to
I-
make it safe, and it's going to be it's probably a bigger
If they do
thing.
crypt work or not, I don't know.
There's structural
there,
engineers,
there,
they would.
there are
They should do something
restoration
like that,
people out there that do this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
But
okay.
It's been confirmed that it's not safe, or is it just because the?
No, when
appearance
you're
of the
walking
cracks?
around on top of it, it was starting to give in.
Yeah.
And that's what came to light, actually, was we're doing one of the safety
I'm
audits
not an
around the
engineer and I can tell
cemetery,
you it's not safe.
started to kind of, I think we're sinking in. And,
So
and
who's-
then we started to look at it, and like, that's not good at all.
Whose job is it to check the crypt?
So it wasn't ours. So they fenced it off to keep people from walking over
Do
it.
one of those fundraisers, we could park something on top of it and see how long it is before it.
Yeah, maybe you could give us the maintenance plan for it.
We will have some more history given. We'll have Mr. Lindell give us a little brief.
That's a
what
great
it is,
idea.
What it's not. We'll try and get some better estimates, but so you're aware that's what that is.
Take the end loader up there.
Back to
Yeah, that's
the
not right.
lead-in. Just a quick question, James. You've
Yes,
got a
sir.
handout here that has 6 items on it that are potential.
Yep.
If we would do any of those 6, that would increase our debt levy, or that those are already modeled?
Well,
I guess
and-
what I'm asking is if I'm looking at spending 50,000 on a crypt, that almost gets us the concrete repair that we need here at City Hall and
Right.
at the library, so.
Exactly, and that's the point when we get to those as well. What I will say is all these were included in the initial proposal we sent to you. So everything that we have in here is actually in that levy itself. And it's a policy decision for you to make, but even if we were to do none of these, I would almost still look at possibly levying higher in that debt levy, which I know a lot of people don't like, maybe don't understand. We always talk about how much debt we have on our books. I'd like to levy up, either make a much larger payment down on the engineering we have, so we don't have all that lingering out there going forward, or bring enough into the fees future debt we already have at a cheaper rate possibly, and pay it off earlier. One way or another, I'd like to get that debt reduced, whether it's the stuff we're going out for, pay it off quicker, or the stuff we have, pay it off earlier. And that's kind of the pitch I have. So either way, again, policy decision for you as a council, but that's why we put these in as a possibility, and that's why, even if we didn't do them, I'd want to take a hard look at what does that levy look like. So
I'd like
we
to
can at least
keep
accomplish
moving
that.
because I think we're going to need this at the end after
Yes,
we've
sir.
looked at everything.
Certainly do that.
I wonder, to that, I wonder, is that something that we could actually, I think that'd be good for the public to be a part of too, but to go through, because there's a lot of back and forth and gives and, this will affect this and this will affect it, just the conversation here that we could actually increase the levy, which people might shudder, but then that pays it off quicker, kind of a thing. And I would like people to be able to understand those trade-offs.
Absolutely. We can talk about that.
And
when
I
we get
don't,
to the
and
end
I
of this.
guess, all due respect, I don't want to hold it to the end and rush through it. I'd like to have a meeting, maybe a Monday night meeting where we can go through that. Would that be
Yeah.
possible?
Do you want to do that prior to budget, March 6th, or do you want to do it after?
Yeah, we'd
or
have
what do
to,
you?
yeah. Because it'd be part of it. That's just me. I think it'd be good to go through that and not.
I don't. I guess this is new to me, but I would hope at the end of the day we have this part wrapped up. We've allotted a lot of hours here. And I just prefer to wait. If we're just hung out to dry, let's add on. But I don't want to add on yet.
Well, we could have a discussion at the end of a meeting. I think
I
we
mean,
can do
this
that.
is, to me, it's a study session almost, or a piece of a good 20 minutes of a meeting maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, it's an explanation that doesn't fit nicely in a sound bite for public to understand why, if we're gonna.
But part of that will happen, won't part of that discussion happen today, too? I mean, I'm not opposed to
Well, the hope is it all happens
Yeah.
today. I don't look for. I mean, we're right on target. Let's just keep moving.
Let's see where we are then at the end of today, and then we'll look forward as far as how do we want to proceed, and do we want to have that additional discussion when, and then we can certainly do that.
Yeah.
So,
I agree with Dave. I think it needs to be a little bit more time where people have a chance to know that we're.
Yeah, because it's people, the first thing they say, well, our levy went up. It's like, well, if we have time and go through the trade-offs and I guess my preference is not to kind of shove it in kind of a thing. I'd like to spend more time because you probably need, because that was a question I asked sorry to keep talking, but from a process standpoint, a lot of us might have different ideas of what we want to approve in the budget, and I think that needs to, we can't do that today. And then somehow we need to figure out how we're going to do that and how we're going to, some people might be for a crypt, and like you said, it might be money better spent on a sidewalk or something.
Or it all might fall in place, and we all have a consensus at the end. Let's see.
But
Let's keep moving. Thank you.
I guess I wasn't done yet. So, lost my train of thought. So that's why I asked, if there's a process in place where we can have some kind of I don't know if we vote on the projects that we support. I mean, it'll be a majority in stuff, and we can't do that today. So,
no, we can get a consensus somewhat.
We
that'd
can
help.
have consensus at the end. We'll see where we're at. Let's keep moving.
Yes, sir. The last couple items in the project are the fire reserve that we've talked about, that we put the money aside, which shows up later in the process where that sits for the new fire equipment. And then the city bridge projects, we've put $20,000 away a year roughly to provide maintenance, et cetera, for the bridges in the city. So, I mean, that's a capital improvement fund. Again, not a tax fund per se, but yet a good source of projects that we can do going forward, and we can certainly come back to that as we get through this process. So that's the outline there. Let's move forward. We get into the Green Bridge, 3rd Street Bridge. And again, I do not have this baked into the budget at this point in time. I know bids come Tuesday, and then there's a public hearing on the 20th. And we know that we're looking at about a $3 million estimate, but again, that does not necessarily mean that's where we'll end up. So we had tried to put in basically some of these projects that we're not necessarily doing this year, but have projected what it could look like if we went ahead with the council to go ahead and do that. And so as you read through some of these, you'll see the debt proceeds that would come in, the expenses, whether it be engineering, legal, construction itself. And that's kind of how we've gone through each of these projects. So we'll kind of go through these. If you have questions, please stop me and we'll discuss them at the time. But in Mr. Kangas, I see one coming.
Yeah, just, so you're saying these are not in what you've got right now?
This one I don't have levied in because depending on the timing of when bids come in, et cetera, you know, if we miss a little bit on a $50,000 project, that's one thing. The levy's where it is. If we miss on a $3 million project, that's a little different animal. I can add it into there. We've got it calculated at $3 million. It's 75 cents on the levy, and we can certainly insert it into it if the council decides to, anticipating that we would do it in the next year. The key is it would be if you're going to make the payment in the next year. And that's kind of the other policy issue we really haven't gotten to the point of. My preference in the past and how I'd like to proceed forward is we do what's called pre-levy hearings. And when you know approximately what you're going to spend on your debt, your bonds, you would do a pre-levy hearing before you certify your budget. And that gives you the authority to make a payment in December of the year you're actually doing the project and June. If you don't do those hearings, you wait an entire year before you make your first payment, and that then extends that debt further out, further out, further out. By doing your pre-levy hearings, you then pay it off sooner, and by the time your first year is over, if it's a 10-year bond, 10% of it's already paid off. It's just a much faster, much more rapid repayment plan to do that, and I don't know that's been done a lot in the past. I'd like to get to that point, but on a project like this, because of the impact of what it could be, you know, 75 cents is a bid on the levy itself. We don't have to do a pre-levy hearing on this. We could take the payment another year out if we had to, which I know we've done that in the past. And again, it's just a policy issue. If you want to include it, we can have a pre-levy hearing coming for it, and we can anticipate making a payment December and June of the year we're doing it, or we can wait a year to make that first payment, and you can certainly weigh out what happens this month with the bids, et cetera. Again, that's the route I went because of the size of it. But we can always drop that at hearing if that was determined by the council. We can move forward. This is where I'm in deep water, and I'm fine with being there, but you got to help me figure out what do you want to do.
Well,
so at the end,
So with the levy we saw last week, this is not included?
No, this is not in there. Because again, the stuff I have in there are the small projects that we have good estimates on that we will see if the council would like to do, and then the engineering agreement that we already knew the numbers of and had been approved to go forward.
So as we go through, you'll tell us which ones are in and which ones
Oh,
aren't?
absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, that's probably the only one that really is in there is the engineering agreement that you'll see here. The rest of these are just existing programs we do every year, or projects that have concluded and we're done with, or projects that we're looking at in the future years to continue forward based on the planning that we've done.
So we would have the opportunity, even after we get the bids and even after we take action on moving forward on a bid or with a bid for this, we would still have time then to add this to the budget, right? Because we
You would be able to do the project because we would not acquire debt until
Okay.
May, June, somewhere in there, that kind of thing, or even after July, depending on how the timing works. But we just would not have the levy in this year unless
Right.
you want to do it like now, soon. We would just have it factored in the next year.
For the
then.
next
We'd still
year.
do the project, but you would not have the pre-levy
Okay.
hearing, so you'd not make the payment the next year.
I see.
It would be a year from now the payment would occur.
Okay.
And again, that's just what council wants to do when it comes to these type of things. So
So you're gonna make a cool spreadsheet that we can go through, and I don't want to rush you that today, I guess, as well.
for showing what we do and don't have in there.
All this stuff, yeah. See, he already has it.
Hang on.
No, I don't want to sidetrack. I was just,
No.
I
got
guess
it,
I want to
got
give
it,
people
got
an
it.
opportunity to understand and
I
stuff.
had it. I got it.
Good sign.
Promise I got it somewhere.
Oh, we've seen that.
Yeah, it's similar to what PFM had showed it, and you've
Yeah.
rebuilt it. This is our capacity as we go through an issue, and it works on paper. That's all I can tell you for the most part. It works on paper, but that, again, we can get into that later if we need to. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff that's in, that's out, and right now this one isn't, but you can certainly put it in if you choose to. I just don't want to get too deep into this to.
It's just a timing issue too, because depending on where the bids come in, you know, it's going to determine a lot what council does, I'm sure, just knowing the discussions through the months here. So we look forward to Tuesday. Today this is good for today only.
Okay, well, we'll keep moving forward then, but that's kind of the gist of what
Yep.
some of these are going to be. They may be coming, they may not be necessarily. The next one's the 20th Street rail crossing, roadway construction. As we talked about earlier, we do have federal money coming to do the lights and signals at the intersection. That is shown in 17-18 budget. Then some of the pre-engineering potentially if this project were to go forward into 18-19. Again, nothing locked in, just giving you some foresight into what could be depending on the direction council takes on this. Seal coat project we do every year. You can just kind of see the numbers as they pan out. This is one that, again, we do certain segments of the city each and every year, and so this would show it in 17-18 what that would look like. Cedar River Parkway. This is the other one then. Again, we've got some engineering we're factoring in that will go into the end of this year and into next year. That's some of the funding we're hoping to acquire. And then we would look at the needs going forward of the amount of money we'd need to finish out if things were to go well with bids, et cetera. So, again, one of the more talked about projects we have, we see that as it sits here. Cedar Lane project, again, engineering's been done. It'll come down to bids, council decision as it goes through. Right now, it's planned through local option sales tax for this to occur. If you get bidding, comes in this month as well, does it not, Mike? You know the date when the bids come in for Cedar Lane?
March 9th.
Okay, March 9th. Okay, so it's a little later. My mistake. I thought it was earlier than that. So that'll come in as well. We, of course, have the 4th Street project we've talked about. We're looking at that maybe a couple years out, probably about the time we're getting into Bremer Avenue finishing up. That comes a little later. That's somewhat the DOT may decide as well, since it's a DOT-driven project. So then again, we get into Bremer Avenue, Highway 3 reconstruction. We did a little bit of a study earlier. We've got the engineering going now. And as we get into the payments, may not occur until fiscal 19. So that's what we're trying to demonstrate here, and then they would go another 2 years as they would bill us a third when they start that payment project. The first payment may be the water portion of it, and as we get into water sewer rates at the end, we'll kind of address some of that again. That may determine some of what's borrowed here as well, and so that's kind of a holder for that. And then we're still looking into SRF funding. It's looking a little fuzzy. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it with that. If we do, that may change our capacity issue, but not the actual project here that we would be paying for. So, again, we don't get too deep in that. 20th Street Culvert is completed. So we would not have that project going forward. Again, this is one of them showing the history. That's why it's in there. Sidewalk program, as we continue forward. We've done that for, is this our, I think our 7th year we're going into? Our final 7th year now. Cycling right back around. We'll have made one full loop through the city, and then we'll start going back through again. And then we'll get into the infill part of it as well, starting that first year of that. 16th Street, again, completed, showing the history on this, as Dry Run is as well. We're still trying to finalize the figures on that as that's completed. And we look at the final payments, bids, et cetera, that came through, and get the bookkeeping order on that. Babcock Woods, again, a number of these we go forward are going to be finalized, and we're just, again, letting you see the history and when it finished and what it looked like. AMVETS, same way. Prairie Ridge, Champions Ridge, we show the fund balance sitting there. You have 2nd Street stormwater improvements have been completed. And then we have housing rehab, which again, has not had a lot of activity. The balance that was there, we finally cleared that, transferred it out, as it's been sitting there for years and years. We're trying to clean up the books for that. Then the water main extension. That's one of the 6 projects we'll talk about here that we possibly can fund this year, whether it be through debt or water. It's really flip. It's either one or the other, and if you do it for the one, you just have to cover it in the other a little bit later. So, but water main extension down to the CUNA building and beyond, that's what that project would be there. Sanitary sewer improvements, always an ongoing issue that we continue to try to fund so that we keep up with our maintenance. Dog park, again, done. Historical survey, just a little bit of money sitting in there that we'll hopefully try to utilize going forward, $1,800. And then airport reconstruction. You can see how it sits through the end of this year. It's been cleared out and finalized. The airport land acquisition is still ongoing. We'll see how that continues forward as we move towards the airport runway extension, which is the other fund next in line. And I'm kind of going through these quickly. Again, if you have questions, please stop me. But I think a lot of this is very familiar, and we're
Very familiar.
showing the trajectory of what we're looking at. City bridge projects, again, we talked about that as well. The money we have in there for maintenance of the bridge as it comes through.
Now, how many bridges is that in total?
God, I don't know. Mike, city limits, how many bridges do we have in the city limits, other than the big couple ones that we know of for sure? I'm trying to think how many smaller ones that encompasses, actually. That's a really good question.
So, according to the federal design criteria, anything more than 20 feet in width is considered a bridge. So, like we were doing triple box culverts that were 12 each, triple 12 by 7 box culverts, so they total 36 feet wide. That's considered a bridge. So, we have lots of them. Everything along the Dry Run Creek now is considered a bridge. I know traditionally we think of like 3rd Street Bridge or the Adams Parkway Bridge, but anything that's more than 20 feet in length or spans more than 20 feet is considered a bridge. So, there's one over on 12th Street Southeast that a lot of people don't really think of. That's a timber bridge. That's one that at some point going forward we're going to have to deal with. And then every 4 years we do inspection on the trail bridges, and there's 8 trail bridges as well.
And they're all wider than 20 feet?
In length, the length of the
Oh,
bridge.
length. I see, okay.
Yeah.
So it's quite a few more because of that definition than we would assume there to be.
Yeah.
So.
Got a lot of them.
So, Mike, when you say we have a lot of them, do you know how many actually we have right now?
I can get you a count.
Not necessarily, just thought maybe it was in your head.
A lot of them.
Okay, I got
Now,
it.
Dry Run did expand that number a bit, so you'd have to really almost reconfigure what does that mean now by that definition. So.
Yeah, we had already been doing inspection on many of the box culverts on the Dry Run Creek, but now they're all brand new, so we're in good shape there.
So does the amount that you're projecting here,
Well,
has that taken into consideration the change?
so the history of that account is it was set up for the 3rd Street Southeast Bridge. The idea that, after 2003, that the council decision was not to repair it not to replace it or do that major capital repair, but to kind of limp along. And so as things came up, this would hopefully be enough to fund those minor repairs. And but it's not specific to the 3rd Street Bridge. It could be used for others, or you could, I guess, stop transferring.
I guess my question is it enough for what you've just described, and especially with the changes of the Dry Run Creek?
Well, as we see with what happened on 5th Avenue Northeast, $170,000 project. Is it a major capital project, or do you want to keep, maybe flatten it off at a couple $100,000 in the event that something like that comes up again? That one caught us off guard because it was a failure in the wood timber extension that was put onto the box culvert. Otherwise, I would certainly hope that through inspections, we're able to anticipate and plan for a project that can maybe incorporate it in as a capital project.
Okay.
I would assume, yeah, that when you're talking like the Adams Park Bridge, that's a separate.
Yeah, that's a whole
Yeah,
different
okay.
animal, because that's multiple
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of
Got it.
dollars.
Okay.
Okay, continue on. Again, Second Avenue Southwest, completed project. Public Services Facility, the second phase. You see we're still putting money in to help offset the cost of that as we move forward to the point in time when that is constructed, the second phase of it. CDBG flood buyout money, we had a very small balance there at the end. We finally transferred out to cover. Flood buyout program, that'll fall off next year. It's got 1 year history left on that. And that's what you see with the couple going forward from emergency demolition to storm drainage improvements. That was kind of a one-time project that was done. That's not one that goes forward every single year. And so that's what happens a lot of times. We will pull a separate fund to track a significant project, but then when it's done, we'll ride it out until the history falls off, but you'll still keep seeing it. Again, flood home demolition, abatement, Waverly Dam construction, Southeast Industrial Park, all existing funds. The history's shown 2 of those will fall off in the next year or so. And then the last one we have then is Cedar River Parkway, the original construction of the first half of it. And that again is a couple years from following off. So after that page, you do get the full summary of what the capital projects look like from the 14-15 out to 19-20. And it kind of lists you page by page, kind of what it summarizes from what we just did and went through. So that's our funds that we have currently.
James, to go back to, for a minute, to Public Services Facility, do we have a commitment or a schedule for anticipating doing that second unit?
I think around 2020, 2021.
This shows us beginning the design work
Right.
in 1920.
Yep. Fiscal 20, we would start the design work on it for a future project at that point. So it's a good question, Mike. So those are the existing capital funds that we have. I guess this time we'll maybe, if council permits, to go through the other handful of projects that we had included, just to kind of give a visual of what we are talking about. I know I've got Carla some information down there that she can certainly assist with. The first one we're looking at is the airport installation in the bulk hangar. A couple times, council's approved agenda memos, which we've included in your packet, to go ahead and get some state funding to assist with this. A couple times, they've said no. We did not get that funding for it.
We will still request again.
We're going to keep trying, but we're looking at about a $55,000 estimated cost. We do have a couple of photos in your packet that show the snowfall that occurs inside that hangar when the installation starts to go. And you can kind of see the little bits of insulation in motors and on equipment, and not your best area to be rebuilding things and working on things. And that's kind of what you're starting to see. That's what's happening in there. The other photo that we have included shows the walls with the tears in them, and so the efficiency is not out there by any means as well. But when you go out there, if you've been out there to see it, it's looking pretty tough out there as it's starting to fail. And so, you know, we've got moisture in the insulation. It's just not in very good shape. And so it was kind of brought up that we may need to take a look at trying to get that done, regardless if the state's going to come through or not, just because of what's in there, and to maintain and keep it as proper as it should be.
Do we get any feedback on those requests, proposals?
For, like, from the airport?
No. Okay.
One question I always have is, who would that benefit? Would it benefit the taxpayers, or would it benefit the fixed-based operator? Because the equipment that it's raining on is not, it's not, people that are getting, it's their equipment.
Right.
So I guess I would like to pursue them actually having a bigger part of that.
They lease the hangar from us. And so my expectation is that we would maintain the hangar facility that they're renting. If we're expecting them to maintain the hangar facility. I would think that they would want a significant reduction on their rent if they're going to be responsible for the maintenance of it.
But part of the deal is they're getting the revenue from the fuel. They're getting a lot for a very small cost of rent. You know, it wouldn't be any different than a business that owns a strip mall and they lease out spaces. The people that lease those spaces are responsible for the improvements.
Then that would be taken care of in the lease agreement or the FBO agreement we have with them.
We'd have to probably redo the agreement. in a sense.
Renegotiate that.
We kind of just saw it as it's kind of a landlord thing where we're providing your space. We probably need to keep it from having the ceiling falling or pieces falling or the insulation getting rotting up there.
But we don't know. I mean, we don't know if it's because of what they're doing in there. Obviously not. But yeah, I guess that's always been a question of mine is who does this benefit? But
Right. Well, I think most of it would be the people that are renting it from us, and I guess that's where we looked at it was the landlord thing. If you had your ceiling getting
and
rough
there's
or
a
whatever,
contract, and we're bound by that. But I guess I'm not
again,
fond
just
of it.
projects we're bringing to you to determine as a group. Do you want to go forward with them or not? Nothing that we're going to die on our sword over.
Because I've seen it, and it's bad. I mean, there's junk falling on equipment.
It's snowing in there. It
Yeah,
just is
it's
anytime
bad.
it. So
And a lot of
kind of a
towns,
maintenance issue. We were bringing up.
yeah, a lot of towns are very generous in making sure their airports are very functional, more than we are. It's our responsibility, I think.
And I know Mike's got a good slide up there. Let him go through. Kind of, we looked at that last time as well, but this time we have the official airport budget we did also. So
Yeah, and a little bit later on, we'll go through the airport budget. But as far as, the property tax support for the airport, in the past 20 years, it's declined so that it's down to 2 cents per $1,000 taxable valuation. So if we talk about the city tax rate levy being $14.02, like 2.2 cents of that is towards the airport. Now, when we get into capital projects, that's above and beyond this. Like we've tried now for several years to get a state grant to help us out, but they get grant requests that are probably 10 times the available funding. And that available funding is set by the state legislature. So
we don't think there's going to be more of it given to us at this point in time.
Yeah.
So we're in competition with 105 general aviation airports and 8 carrier airports across the state.
So just something for you guys to consider as we kind of go forward. And, something we can just need a consensus. Do you want to do or not want to do? And whenever that's appropriate. The next one is the alley reconstruction. I know that was brought to you by a citizen. Mr. Soash came and asked for something to be looked at there. Well, in looking at it, he's probably not wrong. They're pretty tough back there. We took some photos of a couple different areas because when we started to look into this, it's more than just that alley that probably is going to need some work. And as we kind of talked about with the Bremer Avenue project coming, they may see a lot more activity in these alleys, and especially in some of the downtown, that's going to become their storefront. When that street is gone, the sidewalk's gone in the front, those back entrances will become their front entrance for the time period. And some of those are getting to be a little rough. They've been repaired before. They've had patchwork done. This one in particular, there's not much left of the asphalt. Concrete's more gravel. The one a block further east also has that issue. I think is that behind Bierman Auto, I think is the next block over. That also has a very similar pathway. And so we have asked for a amount of about $75,000 to get at least maybe 2 of them done, maybe more if it stretches further to get some patching done, both downtown and in this one. Go ahead, Carla, next one. And that's the other entryway on 2nd Avenue Southwest as you see at alley work. When you have trucks going through, deliveries, et cetera, snow plowing gets to be difficult when it's that rough to get that away from the buildings. And it's, something we brought forward because we do think there is going to be a need, especially when that project kicks in. This is the one actually that goes behind East Bremer Poorhouse, just right outside the building here as you go down through. The picture doesn't do it justice. You really almost have to go see it and walk it. It's got some issues back there. And when you're trying to plow snow and you take a nice level blade against a very uneven surface, it doesn't all get taken care of. And others that we looked at are in much better shape. They were redone at some other time. these are a couple of the bigger ones we noticed, and there's a few more I'm sure that are going to need to be looked at. So whether this is a one-time deal or council would consider a multi-year project to try and address these, probably important to do so, not just because of the project coming, but in general, there's a lot of people that will use these entrances more so than we probably thought in talking to a few business owners. So
think this
that's
is-
kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I think that's really important for the business owners. And a question that I wonder about, I mean, it's obviously important for when the construction is going on Bremer Avenue, but I wonder if we shouldn't be thinking even longer term. I mean, if we're going to invest some money in this, and I'm sure the businesses themselves will be changing some things about their back door for that time period. Maybe that could be something, longer term that is really, add some kind of value and a new aspect to our shopping district or our, business district along Bremer, that there is this, if we gave it some creative thought, I mean, something that could last longer than just the year. That we're dealing with no front door. I mean, it could be. I mean, I don't have anything specific in mind, but I'm just wondering whether it couldn't also be a longer term investment to enhance the businesses along Bremer.
What extent would we look at rebuilding back? I mean, that new gravel, doing like a mill and overlay type?
It could be. I think the one that we looked at last, that's asphalted at one time already. It may be a mill it off and re-asphalt it. It may be more. The first one with that Mr. Soash talked about, that may be a full tear it out, reconstruct. It is really gravel and pits, and you put more gravel on, it just pushes it more
That one
into
looks
the
like
ground.
they need some storm sewer work on it too. So.
That's a very good possibility, yeah. Because we see the eave spouts go somewhere, but we don't see them come out sometimes. And we're kind of wondering, where are they going? And so they may be in there, they may be not. We don't know. So when you start into these projects, that's why we have a good estimate to get at least one or two of them done. It really is going to be dependent on the one that we're looking at, the block, the structure, what does it look like? 'Cause some of them are in really good shape. They were redone years ago when other projects happened. Some have been quite a while. And again, once it was brought up, we decided to take a look at it, and it's probably a little bigger than we thought it was going to be from citywide having an issue with some of them much, much worse than others. And
Well, then
so
you're
we
going
want
to have
bring
to
it
look
forward.
at whether or not how many utilities are underneath those alleys as well too. I would assume that would be a consideration.
Yeah, we talked briefly about that. I think it's kind of area specific, isn't it, Mike? I mean, some have more underneath buried, some have a little more up.
I know Mr. Soash said that his sewer line is under the alley.
That's correct. That is correct. So I'm not sure how that's all going to pan in, but this is the one fast behind Bremer Avenue.
Right. So this one was rebuilt at the same time as the parking lot. I want to say around 2004, 2005, maybe. It's not terribly old. But then we got into a lot of utility cuts and issues there. So as James indicated, this one may simply need to be a mill and overlay. But then we get into this one between 2nd and 3rd Street Southwest. We'd be looking at doing a total rebuild. But drainage is also a concern. This is a nice situation here where you got a storm sewer, so you can look at discharging into it. But we also have the situation where maybe over by 2nd Street, is there a storm sewer nearby? This is what gives me concern, is you look at the downspout and it goes right into the ground. Okay, where's it going? We know sanitary sewers run through the alleys in this part of town. Are these roof drains tying into our sanitary sewer system?
It could be a good time to correct that as well as we dig into this. And, so that's kind of what we're seeing.
I know
Again,
Councilman Wallstein is trying to elevate this, but Councilman Kinsey wanted to jump in.
Edie's question or comment on the back door. I know attending the chamber board meetings, that's a topic of conversation. And I think a lot of the businesses haven't done more just because of the condition back there. They know they have a lot of traffic coming that way, but because of the alleys, they don't necessarily promote it. I think if we improve the alleys, they would promote it more long-term, so it wouldn't be just through the construction period, that type of thing.
It'll make snow removal easier when you have deliveries being done there. It just gets to be tight in some of these areas too, if that's possibly improved. It's just hard to say, but again, a good discussion. We had it, and once it was brought forward, we took a hard look at it, and yeah, there are some opportunities to improve some of these in light of whether the project was coming through or not. A few of these probably needed to be addressed.
And the question, you have this as potential debt projects.
Yes, sir.
Is that, should we assume that's all general obligation bond debt, or?
This would be straight geo debt, yes. There'd be no offsetting of.
Question that, given at least my understanding intent of the renewal of the local option sales tax, be it for residential streets, those type of things. So
Yeah, that is
would
possible
encourage
as
us
well, I
to-
guess. I hadn't considered that. I know we had
I know we've earmarked a lot of it for the Parkway extension, but I don't.
yeah, it's certainly
In
a
my mind, we
possibility.
need to put some of that towards residential streets and alleys, and this would seem to be a good project to leverage that lost dollars for.
And
Just to be clear, the the city owns the alleys. Do the commercial entrepreneurs have any ownership in any of that?
I don't believe they do. There may be a right-of-way. There's no ownership by these businesses into these alleys, correct, Mike? That is city all the way. So
Yeah,
it's our
okay.
property. They have their utilities going under, but that is ours to maintain and own. So, again, be good landlords, we need to probably get our driveways fixed, that kind of thing, and help put that through. So that's why it was brought up. Want to show you a couple examples. Certainly, you can go around the town and see others that are as good or bad or worse or better. Just a good item to bring up, so you guys can consider it at least.
It was brought up, but I think Councilman Wallstein wants to take it the way you put it out and elevate it, because we're dealing with the reconstruction of Bremer Avenue. Then if we couple that in with the lighting, which could really help alleys. So if you had an inviting alley that was well lit and new pavement, it's going to make some sort of difference moving forward with our 2-3 year project on Bremer Avenue. So I didn't want that to get lost. Is that going too far, or do you?
Well, I don't have anything specific in mind, Mayor, but, I think certainly the businesses and the residents should weigh in on that too. But there's got to be, I think, some possibilities there for the future. That's the only thing I was thinking about in general.
No, I think you're right. Councilman Reznичek, I didn't.
We'll move forward. Cemetery roads. If you've been out there, you don't even need to see this. If you haven't, we're going to show you some of these photos. It's getting really tough out there. Snow removal has been very difficult. These do nothing close to the justice of what is out there. The ruts, the tire tracks, marks, the cracking, the breaking, the roads are getting severe. As you can see when we look into them, if you can zoom in on the bottom photo, Carla, please. You do have a lot of the side curb checked and breaking out, and it's just being very difficult to keep these clear. We do get complaints once in a while from the public, how tough they are driving through. You see some serious crowns. You look at the left side of that picture, there's a big crown where the tire treads go around that. And we're not dragging cars yet, but if you had a really low car, I wouldn't want to take through some of that. If you could flip that for me, Carla, then. And then the other side is another more of a close-up picture. Again, you'd have to go out there and actually see it, but there is a severe amount of deterioration and disrepair in that we, they're difficult to do because of the locale and the width. You just can't get a standard truck up in there to take care of this. I don't know how exactly we're going to do this if council approves it. Maybe, a shuttle going up in there, concrete. But that's kind of what we're pitching. That's probably the largest project we have in here. They're kind of tough. I'd advise y'all just go take a quick drive through and kind of see what we're talking about. Because we try to capture it in the photos, but it just doesn't do it justice. So
Are the current paths or roads the right ones for the way in which the cemetery has developed over time?
that's a real good question. Tab, if you got some insight, we're looking to expand it eventually, and I don't know how that'll factor in when we look at the existing road configuration we have.
If you're talking about expansion in the future to the south, we have a plan to connect that area to the existing cemetery. This area we're talking about here is the old section, and we are looking at not doing all the roads and making some into pedestrian lanes because
That's
these
my
aren't
question. Yeah.
used. Yeah.
That's where I was headed with that.
We may not do everything that's existing. We
Yeah.
may try to change the configuration a little bit so they're more for walking versus driving. But they're narrow in places to where we've had a few that driving out there, truck got squeezed a little, tree here, there, and a little road issue. But again, just wanted to bring it to your attention. A number of you probably know this already if you've been out there, but it's just something we wanted to have light on it so you could see that.
Do we know how old that pavement is out there? It looks like it must be at least as old as Ron Mathias's tenure on council.
I don't know if that was called for or not, Mike Sheriff.
I love the way you try to draw everybody in, Mike.
There's a little age on them. We're talking 50, 60, 100 years. I mean, these things are, they got some age on them. I don't know if they're original or not, but they're not too far from it, probably. Just from the makeup and the appearance, that's a great picture right there. You can see it. That ridge right there was a beautiful one. We hit that. That probably sums up a lot of what you're seeing is that ridge and the pit, and even the curbs are checked and getting in tough shape and breaking off. Something we just need to probably take a look at. We would ask you to consider it for a maintenance issue and safety, if nothing else, people walking through. So again, just want to bring it to your attention. The next one we're looking at is just concrete repairs, both out in the area here for Civic Center and then the library as well. We looked at what it would take to do the entire parking lots, and those was in the hundreds of thousands for the both of them. So that didn't really seem to be feasible. And our lot here isn't that bad, and most of it. This photo, the couple that we're showing here, that's the tree pit that we talked about earlier. If you flip that back over, Carla. This is the north exit area of the parking lot in Civic Center. You see where it's kind of breaking up. In my understanding from the limited knowledge I have in concrete is this is the best of it. Underneath it's even worse. It does not show the worst up top, but underneath it's crumbling probably more. And if you could pull the map up so we can use a reference point. We were talking about just doing the oak tree part, which of course is shaded here. You can't see very well. And then at the bottom of that map, we're looking at the, if you could move that up, the exit entryway. That's the broken out area that we're seeing as you leave the parking lot itself. That's the piece that we're looking at.
So those two things is what's included in this estimate?
Actually, just the area in blue is in this estimate.
Oh,
the
okay.
other money for 25 was in the capital improvement fund area that we'd
That's right.
allocated.
Okay.
So this piece is
Yeah.
just that chunk there. We had some preliminary bids just taken to make sure we're in the ballpark. It's about $25,000 to do that replacement of that area. So while the public doesn't use as much towards the building, they do use the exit area coming out of there quite a bit. And again, just housekeeping, want to kind of make you aware. If we can switch to the library photos in. Library photos a little different. We've had a couple falls out there. You can see some of the concrete, the entrance to that. It's getting kind of tough. We went out and walked it. I know there was a pitch to maybe do the whole thing, but I don't think that's necessary. We've done some good patching. There's some very good size areas out there that are in great shape. We tried to focus on some of the worst areas, and this is the in front of the main building to the north, and then also the entrance as it goes. If you would go ahead and flip that, Carl. And you can see some of the joint work that's getting busted up. And again, my understanding, Mike and I went and walked this. You see the piece of it here. It kind of fans out under it much worse. It's kind of an inverted triangle look to where the joint is that bad, then it expands underneath, not the other way around. It doesn't get better the deeper you go. And so we have curb issues as well. And if you would get the other one out, Carla, for me. The unevenness, the tripping hazard, this is some of the sidewalk, the entrance area, and then you can see how the entrance has been starting to get busted up, patched in. It's just kind of tough. And so again, if you get a chance to walk that area, we have a much larger map that shows the three sections that we're looking at. That's the big dual fold. This one will be a little tougher to get on all the way. Back that out. So we're looking at the front area. You can see the drive-through to the upper right. This is the first entrance as you come in. That section through there. That's some of the worst that we had seen. And that's where a lot of the photos came from in the exit part there. If you move that to the right, Carla. And then the entryway is the letter C that we saw, the approach coming up. And then the drive-through area, again, is where some of the joint repair is getting much more severe than it has been. The rest of it seemed to be in good enough shape. There's a small piece up towards the north or the far parking lot that could simply be cut and rejointed. The rest of it around it looks good. And that's a good size area we're not touching, but this is what we would propose to be that little bit of those 3 sections. We estimate about $35,000 roughly to do all that versus the $180,000+ to do the rest of the core. So again, just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's what the concrete repairs we're looking at are for, as we try to maintain and preserve this without having to redo the entire thing. I'll move on to the 5th one, then 12th Street Northwest Sidewalk Extension. This is a map that we produced. We're looking at going from Bremer Avenue up to 2nd Avenue Northwest towards the edge of Waverly the W. You can see the sidewalk that exists up top, and then we would go down, cross over, drag that sidewalk down, and then join it to the Bremer Avenue sidewalks that are there as well. We're just trying to get more walkability, more connectivity to the sidewalk system throughout the city. That's the basis of what I have. I don't know if there's any more justification staff wants to add, but it was just kind of a project's been talked about a little bit to try and connect the two because of the amount of traffic, foot traffic that we see down 12th Street. It just makes it a little easier for people to access it and go forward. So about a $50,000 estimate is what we look at for that piece there.
I'm assuming moving it to the west side is because that's already city right-of-way, where if we try to fill in a couple of sections on the east, it would be public or private property.
I believe that to be the case. Mike, if you want to elaborate.
Well, that's part of it. As part of the Bremer Avenue project, the sidewalk along the north side here is going to, the 4-foot wide is going to be replaced with a 10-foot wide. This is the narrow section of Bremer Avenue. It's only 48 feet wide. So when we look at origins and destinations, we look at the Willow Lawn subdivision. We look at destinations being the library, West Cedar School, the daycare, the college, the W. And so we have the 10-foot sidewalk that was installed along LSI that goes as far as 16th Street, where the traffic light is. When you cross over to the north, all the sidewalk as part of the reconstruction project will be replaced with 10-foot sidewalk. And then once we get to 12th Street, then we can extend that 10-foot all the way up to Wartburg's maintenance building there, and then it would transition over to the east side where there's an existing 6-foot.
Is 10-foot the new norm? That seems.
Yes.
I've walked the Brentwood sidewalk. Seems like a pretty generous width.
It is the norm for when you're looking at bicycle pedestrian accommodations, and as we try to create a more connected community, we look at not just skilled bicyclists that are 16 plus years old. We're looking at what if you had whether you're in the Willow Lawn subdivision or first home or second home edition. What if you have children that are 8, 9 years old? I'd hope riding with their parents to the library or to these other destinations. We don't want to put them on Bremer Avenue. We want to put them on a safe place to be. So we look at bicycles with bike trailers, pulling a bike buggy, and you have to look at two-directional traffic. So 10-foot is the standard today.
Plus, we have Cub Scout, Boy Scouts coming into Trinity.
Yeah.
It's right there, too. And that's a lot of traffic sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, the final one that we had then is one we've talked about quite a bit, and that is the water main extension to the old Kena building. So in order to get that accomplished, again, we can use TIF, GO. We think GO is the most efficient, and that's the easiest way to get that accomplished, to get this included in here. Again, certainly policy issue. Council wants to do something different, that you certainly can. We just want to bring it forward as a possible funding area for it. Engineering was approved January 9th. As you can see the memorandum. We're just trying to figure out a good way to fund this so that it's ready to go in conjunction with the Bremer Avenue projects and move forward. So that's the last of the 6 that I had. The only other couple slides I would throw up would be talk about our debt service quite a bit and tried to do a couple charts to kind of show where we sit. These are a little difficult to see, and I apologize for that. The color coding would show you water, sewer, TIF. We tried to break down where each of the different types of debt has gone and the payments and the funds that they're in. The red line, if you can see it at the bottom, that goes out about 10 years and drops, that would be our new debt, so to speak. The line without the boxes on it. So we tried to factor in what does that look like as far as duration. Certainly not adding any more years of debt out there. It's well within the debt's already occurs from that standpoint. But again, this is a little above what I wanted. Just want to be able to show you each different funding stream and what it looks like, whether it's water, sewer, TIF debt, and that's kind of what we have. If you switch the other one, Carla, then.
Sorry, can you just quickly?
Yeah.
Can you move it over so I can see who they are? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is great to show.
Kind of visually
who's dropping
sees it.
off, or there's going to be coming on.
Stair
this
stepping
year,
out,
or
exactly.
ladder.
No, I appreciate that, Dave. That's what we try to hope to do, is to see it stair step down when you go to get rated. They don't want to see flat debt across the entire top maxed out completely. They want to see that gradual decline each year as you do it.
There's going to be new projects starting. Did you reflect that here?
On here, I did not, because a lot of this is not taxable. It's in different funds, sewer funds, et cetera. But if you go to the next one, we do have that reflected. If you want to back this out a little, Carla, this is the entire debt again, across, the red being the new. So you can see how much payments that we're making already. The red would be the couple $100,000 little payment there. And this is all debt, completely across. And as you can see, it stair steps down. It's just what we would want. And then in going forward, you try to fill that in at the top, stair step it down again, so you see a gradual decline. We're looking at a 10-year bond and the stuff we're proposing today. And again, it's done before the other couple years of debt run out. And obviously the payment doesn't happen until 18. That's why you don't see it in 17, first column.
So this shows the blue ones are everything that current debt payments we're making. Yep. The red is basically what we're proposing to add to it.
Yep, everything that we've included, that would be the red. That would be the new debt if you approve to do that going forward.
Where's all the blue come from?
That's what we just showed you. That's water, sewer, TIF. That's everything. If you go to the next one, this is straight geotax. This is what we're actually taxing.
Yeah.
Debt-wise.
Okay, that probably looks a little more.
Yeah, we're at the million
would be paying
mark now, and then the $1.2 million is again a couple $100,000 payment I'd mentioned, and then it will drop, and you can see it staggers down. And taxable debt in 10 years, it's off. We paired it out to where it falls off with everything else.
So we'll be debt free as a town. That'd be awesome. Pay off
Yep.
debt.
Yeah, if you did this and nothing else going forward, 10 years you'd be free. Yeah. But I mean, in theory, that's what it shows. That's why we try to continue that.
But the last repayment. One, we'd probably add to that, like the sewer facility, the new sewer facility would bring it back up, or is that included in that?
This would not be, depending on how it's done. If it's an SRF issue, it would be taken out with sewer fees potentially. And again, that's something you have to decide as a council, your policy on that. And then we'll get into that when we talk about water sewer rates and a little later as well, but might as well touch on it now.
Yeah, I don't want to push you ahead.
No, that's okay. There's a couple schools of thought that we see when we look at this. There are cities that try to go with the flattest water sewer they can. When a project comes, you see a dramatic spike for that year, and then you to take it out, and then you go on. And there are cities that try to gradually put money away each year, increasing to level off that spike for that single year. It looks like in the past we've tried to be one that will put money away to level off that spike so we don't see that drastic single year impact. That's what I prefer as well, to be honest, because if it comes time to have that severe impact and other things are affecting your budget, you may not be able to do it at that point. So you're banking on, that's when I got to do it, and this is my huge impact. It may not be feasible at the time. We'd rather be able to have more flexibility by increasing gradually, putting money towards it, not having to borrow as much. Because again, if you don't raise the rates, it's no skin to us. It's just more debt we take on at the time we have to do the projects. And the two projects we're talking about, I don't think anybody disagrees we are forced to do it or should do it. New water main for Bremer Avenue. I think it's a good idea if we have our street ripped open to put that new water main in. That's what's coming starting this spring. And then the trickling filter / active sludge system replacement that we're looking at in probably 4 or 5 years, roughly 4 years. When we replace the system that was useful life wearing out anyway, that's the other piece that we are probably going to have to do at some point. So that's where we look at trying to get a good stream of revenue to offset some of that debt. Certainly can't pay for all of it. The water is possible for Bremer. The sewer, because of the magnitude, we certainly could not do that. And other communities are facing it now. We've seen articles from Cedar Falls that 9 and 10% increase at least the next 3 years, and then unknown throughout going forward to do the same project. Much larger than ours, probably 40 to 60 million. Their project is. Ours is 10. Waterloo's in the same issue, the 5 to 10, 15% increases to get their projects done and their replacement of sewer issues done. So it's something every city's facing. We're in a good position with where we are, that our sewer system, the activative area is about out of useful life at the time we're able to replace it. There's some smaller communities that have gone and done some upgrades, and then 5 years later we're told, oh, by the way, now you have to do this, and it's going to be as much as you just did already, and maybe duplicating some of that. So I think we're very fortunate in looking out that we will do it all at one time instead of having to do it twice, if we can get that useful life out of that facility as we're intending to. So this is just meant to give you a visual of, total debt where we sit, stair-stepping down, and then the actual GO debt that we have, the actual taxable debt that we're paying off as well. And then, like I said, you can see it fall off. So
Just a question, when we open up Bremer Avenue and we put in the water, we 4.2 something, what we're estimating. Is that pretty exact, or is that a floating figure? Could it go up, down?
that's as exact as I have today.
I know, but
No, it'll go up and down. We get the bids in this month through DOT. 21st, we'll know. The water main piece, about $1.6 million is what we're estimating to do the water main portion. The rest, of course, is road and sidewalk, et cetera.
sidewalks
So,
and stuff, yeah.
yeah, we'll see what the bids are. We hope it's a favorable market and we get good bidding on it. But we'll know in less than 3 weeks. And then we'll have that figure as well to look at. And that payment will come again at the end of that project, 3-year payments. That's what we've tried to show in the other capital
Right.
funds as we move forward. So, yeah, the ultimate goal is to try and keep this as reasonable as we can, still get our projects done going forward, or the projects that council would like to do, and try and maintain a rapid payoff as possible. Sometimes a 10-year bond isn't possible just because of other restrictions you want to put out there. We try to, because 10-year is preferable. 12-year, a little heartburn, it's not terrible on it. I don't like 15 or beyond. I just don't. That's just too much time to put a debt out there. And again, I say that, but depending on the item, I understand it. My preference has always been 10, 12 if I have to, 7 if possible. And it depends on the front loading your debt. And when you push it back off and load it in the back, it makes it very hard to do future projects. If you front load it and pay a big portion off early, then it's not near as bad going forward. And that helps to maintain this stair-stepping effect or this reduction each year as you go forward. So,
Again, just for some clarity, when I look at the city, it's no different than my personal finances. If I want to do a project, something in the future, I either have two choices. I take some of my existing income and set it aside, or I go out and borrow it. Those are the same options that are available to us as a community. So if we want to, in 10 years, be debt-free, that means we need to save more, tax more, so that we have those savings accounts to do those projects. Because I think there's no way we can't do projects going forward. So we're always either going to have to tax more to save to do the projects, or borrow it to do the projects. And it comes back to this group setting the priorities and deciding which ones to do when and how to leverage that.
I guess I
fund.
was kind of being.
oh, no, I know.
We wouldn't pay off our debt. That wouldn't be, and that's a hard thing to say in public. Because people probably think, wouldn't it be great to be debt-free? But if we're debt-free, then we're we're not progress, we're not moving forward either, so.
And I'll say it, and people may get mad at it, I don't want to be debt-free. Because if you're not utilizing your debt, you're not utilizing your full capacity as a city to do the things you
We
should
should
be
probably
doing.
have that, because I remember having that discussion in the past with Phil and stuff about how we don't want our debt levy to be going up and down. I mean, we need to be paying down, projects need to be going up, over time, our community will be better.
Absolutely.
But that's hard to explain, because most people want to pay off their debt.
Yeah,
It's hard to explain that, that's not our goal.
And I agree completely, and we will pay our debt down. We just have other debt that folds in, and a lot of it is, I don't disagree with the levy staying flat. That's the whole point. The problem is what levy stays flat. Is it 2.2, 2.4? Is it 2.8? Is it 3? What is necessary to be flat to allow these projects to occur as you want to have them occur? When you look at some of them going forward, we talk about the Parkway. If things go well, there won't be GO debt for that. It'll be local option, possibly TIF. There will be no tax increase if it goes well, and I want to premise that. We don't know how that's going to bid out yet. We don't know. In theory, on paper, it works, and that's all you can start with till we get deeper into it as time progresses. But other projects, they will have a little bit of an issue to it. We've tried to kind of ballpark the impact rates on each of them roughly. When you look at the stuff we're projecting this year, about 0.4 would be on the rate, on the levy. Some of the smaller ones are 0.2, 0.25. And again, valuations, a lot of the estimates we use are 1% value increases, extremely conservative. We average 3, 4, 5. This year was 9, but again, it's an anomaly because we released TIF, which is what generated that increase. Without it, we're probably at a 4% increase, similar to some past years, but you can't always count on that. So we try to stay very conservative. If it works at a 1% increase, then it should work, of course, with better increase in value too. So not to get too far off task, I feel like we're drifting there a little bit. That's kind of the 30,000-foot view of what we have, kind of the debt we're seeing. We just want to show that it is dropping off rapidly, especially the GO. 10 years it's gone if we did no more projects. But we would continue to hopefully stagger that out to be short-term, rapid repayment of funding.
James,
Bonds that we would do. Yes, sir.
James, these charts that you've shown us are very helpful. I get so much paper, I can't remember whether we have them or not, but I
We
wouldn't.
do not yet.
I
I was
wouldn't
able to
mind
finish
having-
those late as we were trying to finalize numbers. I can certainly send them to you, though, if you want to have them.
That first one was really helpful, I think, with all the multiples. Yeah.
I think they're all helpful.
Oh, I can send those to you and have you look at them, and we'll do that.
And Mayor, just maybe before we leave this topic,
Yeah.
the list of 6 potentials are not factored into your debt. So if
They are. This
They
is
are?
included in the initial proposal we put out there at the, when we first talked, the levy being flat itself, even though spending went up, because again, value allowed us to grow without increasing that levy. These are factored into that. So the total bond of $1.7 million roughly that we've factored, all this on includes the $500,000 roughly here and the $1.2 million for the engineering studies and acquisition of property. So that is what we have factored in today, is these 6 and the engineering at hand. So again, if you don't want to do the projects, that's fine. We want to bring them to light. I would still want to have that discussion in it, as David mentioned earlier, about do we still leave that levy where it sits because the overall is sitting where it is, and try and either make a larger payment up front and lessen the burden going forward, or pay off what we have quicker, whichever one makes more sense. Or if you choose to, take the levy back to what it is and leave it as it sits. So
The reason for asking is, do we need kind of a head nod on each of these 6 and maybe?
It would
put
be
the trend
helpful.
in
I
there?
think we do.
it would be helpful to have some consensus if we wanted to move forward at all. Again, at hearing, they can be removed then too. Things can come out. They can't go up when we set the ceiling on it, but you can always go down at hearing. And if we want to have a meeting in the meantime, or talk about it on the 6th or the 20th, the 6th would be close. That's Monday. The 20th would be easier to talk about some of this. But at that point, we are having to go to publication. So again, we're looking at our ceiling we're establishing. And we can always go down from there as well. But I would like at least some kind of discussion, if it's proper at this time, before we get into the other items of water, sewer, et cetera, and this may be a good breaking point after this, if that works for your council, to take a few minutes, to just have some discussion on, do we leave them, do we not, do we at least get your opinion on it, so we at least have some idea or some sense of, do we take these forward, or do we just shelve them right now.
And I don't
If
wanna-
we can do that, I'd appreciate that.
I guess,
Shanghai the mayor's agenda this morning, but, you know, if we've got consensus on all but one or two of these, then at least we know which ones we need to have more conversation around.
Exactly, and it'd be helpful to know that if there's any that you do not want or definitely want, or, you know, I'd look for discussion from everyone to have that.
I have,
Including guest counsel, if he'd like to weigh in as well, I'd love to hear that also. If there's anything he sees that is out of line that we're not going to do, so.
Maybe, Ron, do you want to weigh in on anything before we take a short break here?
Not now.
I like that answer.
Since we know, the town knows Ron, he's one of our permission givers in town and one of our important people, so when he weighs in, we're
Still
going to be
too much
listening.
to learn and understand and get a sense of.
Understandable, I just want to give the opportunity, though.
That's humility. I know he's watching and always does because I know he reflects.
Well, if we could break after this, that would be outstanding, Mayor.
Okay.
Because then if we
That-
have
no,
a little
no.
discussion,
I thought you
then
were
we'd
looking
move into
for-
something else. We'd kind of put this to bed a little bit.
I'm for that. I thought you were angling
appreciate
for it.
that.
Yeah, okay.
my only concern is I'd like this to be more public, and, you know, I guess I'm not sure we'd be prepared to, we can't vote in this meeting, and that's almost what's
Correct.
required. So.
Well, we can vote. We can take a hand.
You can't do an official vote of
no,
any sort.
it's
I'm just
not
looking
an-
for
but
consensus,
we-
is it
Yeah.
in or out?
What we're giving is a nod, and
I mean, I can try and we can amend the budget or the agenda to Monday and take a formal vote if we want to do that. I have no issue doing that at all. I just wanted to get some idea soon so we know are we going in or not with what we have. Again, and then that also goes to, well, do you want the levy to go up, down, or not? And it's the other side of it.
To me, that's a kind of a big deal, as opposed to just kind of, this feels like an informal discussion back and forth, and to me, it's a big deal.
That's
My
fine.
preference
We
would be
can-
to do it in a meeting, and I think Monday's too soon.
but
Isn't this meeting
Yeah.
This
to
is-
help set our budget? And
This is the
wouldn't we have a
purpose of this
conversation
meeting.
about what's in it and what's not?
right. I agree. I mean, I don't see any reason to cut off conversation now. I mean, it's a study session on the budget. It's been advertised. It's an open meeting. You know, I don't see any reason to, you know, sort of stop now and try to do something else. I don't think we are formally voting, but why wouldn't we discuss this through and
And
talk
if all
through where we
7 of
are and
these
ask questions?
come up with
and-
no consensus, then yeah, we'll certainly discuss them more. But if there's consensus on some of them,
Well, that's all I'm looking for is just a discussion, your opinions, your ideas, if you don't have an opinion at this point, that's fine. I just want to know that as well. Just to have some kind of idea. Do we need to schedule something formal? Like I said, Monday, of course, I think it's too soon, but
Yeah.
at some point, can we just get some idea of what do we do with this?
I'm okay with the general discussion, but I want to approve deciding on the projects today and projects that might impact the levy. I think we need to have more, and the information that you're talking about, being able to show the trade-offs, and, you know, we're not prepared to do that today, and I think that'd be a good discussion for the public.
Is it even possible to put it on the agenda for Monday? Isn't it too late?
24-hour notice,
No, 24-hour notice, we can do that.
put it on.
It doesn't abide by what Dave asked us to do a long time ago, which is to have everything out a week in
I
advance.
understand.
And we can do it on the 20th. We're just getting close to publication that time. But I would hope that at that time, we'd have a definite yes or no. Because again, it really comes down to not so much the project that's in or the levy itself. And so as I stated earlier, even if we didn't do the project, I still want us to consider have that levy where it sits to do a much larger payment up front of what we're doing going forward, or pay down what we already have in existence and take that opportunity to do so with the growth.
where I'm struggling, I don't see that any discussion or a raise of a hand today is giving final approval for any of these. It's just that it's a potential project that we want to budget for, and at the appropriate time, the details will be brought to us to say, should we or should we not do it based on developing out.
As long as that's before the budget's approved. Because the conundrum we get into is down the road. I mean, it's at every single time we say, well, we approved that in the budget, why are we talking about it now? So we need to, if things are in the budget and they're approved, they need to be approved in the right way.
I see this as giving James feedback on
Yeah.
which projects we individually, you know, have some clarity around at this point or support for, which then in turn allows him to have some idea and allows all of us to know from each other whether we're anywhere close to being on the same page, and it gives James some figures to work with in terms of which is what will determine the levy in the
I
end.
think we come as far as we can today in direction.
Yep.
Final
we
decisions
appreciate it.
come later. But we're going for direction today. We're going to go with, you want to go 1 through 6?
We certainly can. And just to reiterate, it's not uncommon at hearing to make these decisions either. That's why we have the public hearing. Public weighs in, council has their ideas, their decision. Formal voting takes place at that time. I've seen it many times. I've looked back at some of the historical hearings that have happened here at the budget. Multiple things voted on at that time as well, in, out, et cetera. So there is ample time to do that.
As long as they don't impact the levy, though. I mean, it's like borrowing money, and I mean, if it impacts the levy, it needs to be it needs to be agreed upon prior to that levy being set. You know, we don't want to set the levy today and then 5 months down the road not approve any of the projects.
Right. So again, when you go to hearing, you're setting the final levy. That's the point of that meeting, and this is all in the levy currently. So if you decide not to do them, as I said, you would want to decide then, do you want to just leave levies as it sits and borrow to buy down or make a bigger payment? And all that happens after the fact. Payments are finally determined, bonds are taken, bids are done. This is getting us a framework of how much we're going out for and how short a bond we want to do. That all can be decided later.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused with what Dave's asking on. We set the levy because it's the estimate of what we believe we're going to need, and so we set it at a point that we're going to get this much, and so now we've got that. Based on what we then are needing during the year, we make decisions. Yes, we do need to do that. No, we don't need to do that as we go, or something else changes. This is going to cost something more. You know, Adams Parkway Bridge suddenly has a collapse, and we have to shift priorities, and maybe all 6 of these disappear. You know, just because we've approved these as part of the levy doesn't mean we're doing these. It means that's our plan. But if things come up, we're always able to change it. So yes, they come and say this has been put in the budget, and it is put in the budget. It's not a rubber stamp to say then, oh, just because it's in the budget, it's a rubber stamp. It's still up to us as the council to say, yes, this is a good idea, or no, this is not a good idea. So the levy itself, this is the plan, the framework. It's not the concrete, this is what we're doing, we don't have to come back and revisit it ever.
But to me, I don't know if
Well,
I could draw a picture, but if we set the levy here based on all the projects, and then what you're saying, then later on, it's like, well, in April, we decided we're not going to do that one, so the levy could have been here. In June, we decided we didn't want to do that one, so the levy could have been here. So basically, people are paying taxes on something
What we thought we were going to need at the time, which we're
overcharging
we're passing a budget in March of 2017 that's going to carry us all the way through July of 2018. I know what you're saying. You're saying we're overtaxing
the people.
But on the other hand, we can't say, well, we're just going to set the levy down here and, oh, we needed this much.
So
the idea is
why.
set it higher, okay, and if we don't spend that much, then the money's in the general fund next year. We shouldn't have to raise it. That carries. It's not that we have to spend it.
If I can clarify how this will work then. When we set the levy, we're setting it on a certain amount of money we're trying to acquire and the payments it takes to make that pay down, go away, whatever it is. So if you want to levy based on this and the engineering, $1.7 million, that's what we'll levy for, $1.7 million. And at that point in time, you'll establish an amortization schedule of, let's say, a couple $100,000 a year to pay off that $1.7 million over 10 years. Spear is one of the companies that definitely puts a call in. And a lot of times it's for interest rate increases, decreases, do you want to pay it off early, et cetera. Usually year 5, 6, somewhere in there, you have the option of refinancing or paying it down early. So if you decided to reallocate the funding, it does not affect the levy or the payment, as long as the 1.7 is spent at some point in time. Now, if none of these projects occurred and you had $500,000 sitting there, we would just funnel it to the debt payment itself and retire it quicker, or use it to retire it and not raise taxes going forward for that same debt. That's how we would accomplish that. And so what you're setting is the amount of money you need and the payments you're going to make. So how you make the payments then is your decision, as far as You spend all the money you have, you make the payments accordingly, or if you don't spend it all, you can apply it towards the payment. Or in the 5th year, 6th year, whenever they do the call on it, if you had $500,000 sitting and that's how much you had left off for the debt, you could defease it at that time, pay it off. And so it's kind of we're getting almost too deep into it. I can have Spear come up and talk to us about it as well if you want. I've talked to him at length of this and then for quite a few years of this, but that isn't the gist of how we would do it anyway. Say we had favorable bids come in and we ended up the $100,000 less than what we thought. You could do another project if it fit within the scope of that bond that was issued, or put it to the debt payment and pay it off earlier.
That's essentially what we did with the Fifth Avenue culvert. Is
Correct.
the dry run came in under what we thought it was going to cost. We were able to add that on within that original cost of what we projected.
Fit within the scope of the bond.
And without raising the extra, we didn't have to raise any additional money to pay for that. We were able to. If we hadn't had that Fifth Avenue, we would have had the savings from the dry run there coming in under budget that we would have been able to apply to that debt quicker.
To a future payment.
Pay it
Correct.
off quicker.
That's correct.
So yes, we are, in essence, potentially taxing more than we may end up needing, but from a budget standpoint, from the law standpoint, from the state, it's much easier to say we've got a little bit more than what we need than coming back, in February next year and saying we need to raise the taxes for this year a little bit more to finish this fiscal year.
And I don't agree with that approach. That's just my opinion.
I'd just assume, if we're going to set a levy, we need to set it for projects that we intend to do, rather than have that money sitting out there. There's always a temptation then to use it for other things, and if we don't have it to use, then there's no temptation there at all.
So I'm going to come back and try to answer James's first question. And just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, these 6 projects are built into a 258
Yes.
levy, $2.58. So, and we're currently at $2.40.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so,
With the engineering included.
okay.
With the engineering
With the
included,
engineering
takes us
included.
at 240.
Okay, so off the top of my head, without asking any more questions right now, and without thinking about it a lot more, I know that I would be supportive of numbers 2, 3, and 6. So that would be alley reconstruction, cemetery roads, and water main extension. I'm not saying I'm not in support of the others, but I want to hear a little more discussion and have probably eventually some more questions.
Well, that was taking us down the road. Thank you. City Administrator, I know you had some thoughts here probably in terms of process. We can do that with each of us. We can.
It's really council's prerogative. I was looking for some direction. If we want to have
Yeah.
that at a later time, we can. I guess I'm
you know
looking
what I
for-
like to do is continue, and I thought appreciate that is because we're in a focus, and the focus leads to wisdom, and I hate to lose the focus. So. I'd like to know where we have consensus on, even though this is only direction. So, Dan, do you have any of these 6 that you're, Councilman Lampe, I'm sorry.
Right, here I'm looking, I can't have my sheet right here, but I'm looking at Dave's.
But you two can
I would
huddle.
say,
Oh,
Yeah,
go
we're
ahead
just,
and
we're
go
not
there.
huddling, we're sharing a piece of paper here.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I don't want to send the
okay.
wrong
Saw a
message.
note there, sorry.
No, we're not passing notes in school.
No, okay, go ahead.
I'm cheating off his work.
But
Anyway, if you
I
wanna
was
know.
allowing for that. I mean, that's not illegal.
I actually think you have one down there. I could go through your.
Yeah, well, no, this is good. I would say 2, I would be in favor of 2, the alley reconstruction, and 3 and 6, probably.
You want to identify them, just so we know?
3 is the cemetery roads, I think they're in horrible shape.
Yep.
And the water main extension.
So maybe just for the public who may not have this in front of them anymore, the alley reconstruction, both Dan and I said the same thing, $75,000 for that. Cemetery roads, 150 estimate, 150,000, and water main extension is 125,000.
Yes, ma'am.
us in the audience, can you tell us what 4 and 5 is?
Yeah,
That's why, so that's why,
Yeah, just identify.
so maybe you could just put that up on the, maybe you
that's
could
why I
put
was
this
kind of
sheet up
talking
there.
through this. This is kind of
I didn't have an extra copy.
spiraling.
I was working off my
Okay,
own.
I've written all over mine. People want to see my notes, I guess, I don't care.
Kim's got a copy. Grab that one up.
We have the airport installation, library, and city hall parking areas.
Just take it.
Yeah. 12th Street.
I thought you
I
did.
did too, but I couldn't, it was upside down in my stack.
Yeah.
Why don't we just take them one at a time and we all give our input on each one instead of,
We can certainly
Yeah,
do that
that's the other
too.
way to do it.
somebody can
Sure.
say, item 1 is this, and
That's a good idea.
I think that.
Do you want to announce them?
I mean, the question I have though is like Third Street Bridge isn't in here. How does that work?
You can add it. Like I said, it's a 75% increase in the levy. We can
It
add
would
it in
take our
there.
258 up to 75 cents more, whatever that is.
So I think everything, we have to have the whole picture, don't we?
And we can do that as well. If you want to add that or not, we can certainly
Are there-
have that question
Are there others? that
posed
we're
as well.
missing?
Well, that's the only thing we have planned for this next year coming is the engineering in this and potentially Third Street Bridge. That's the only capital projects I'm aware of that we have identified, the larger scale,
Yeah.
is Parkway Engineering and Bridge.
And the reason it's not included here initially is because we're still waiting on the bids, and we don't know, is 3 million going to be? It's such a large number, and is 3 million going to be close, or is it going to be 5, or is it going to be 2? So we thought that could come, the way I understood, we could do that after, and still know that it's a 75% increase.
Roughly, depending on the
Yeah,
cost
well,
of it.
depending on, right.
But if
James,
we-
you want to just
Right, and we
identify
could cut
them?
all 6 of these. and
Exactly. I was just gonna-
Reduce the 3 million.
I was going to say that.
2.5
We
million.
Yeah,
cannot do any
yeah,
of these.
Yep.
Yeah, it's your prerogative completely. That's why we put them out there is just informing you of some of the projects we're seeing around the city. You certainly have full voice to do whatever you'd like to do with these. We just want to bring them to your attention and kind of let you know why.
Okay. I'd like to take a break for
Yes, sir, we can do that.
15 minutes, and it's been 2 hours. At least I need a break. So
What time would you like to reconvene?
what do we need? 15? Come back at 10:15?
Yes, sir. That's agreeable.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I have no idea. Three of us are saying to do one thing, two are saying to do another, but we continue to allow the minority to drive a discussion.
Okay, that they're in the budget.
Like, if we drop a few about the library, better order in lunch.
And that's where it's a little bit harder to,
Factor E for one is what I wish I did know. I don't drink it, but with that I would. Losing my voice here. Keep drinking or it's gonna go.
Jordan Call 1, all lowercase, right? Okay.
I think we had on the road use.
What time?
Yeah. But regardless. Let's roll.
Mayor's got his butt.
Yep. Come back, of course.
That's up to you, if you need to talk after.
I call us back into session. Pick up where we left off. We are going to put general direction
Yes, sir.
to the 6 projects that have been listed for us so that you have some sort of planning direction as we move forward. Again, to reiterate the earlier discussion, there'll be formal votes later, public hearings. So this isn't put in cement, but this will be greatly helpful to know where the council sentiments are on the 6 items that you have placed in there. And we have some sort of lead-in for the public because we had 2 council people weigh in already, but we'll start, go back, reset the needle, and let's take them one by one. Might be easier.
Yes, sir, and that's fine.
Are we
I just
waiting for
wanna-
David?
I don't believe so, sir.
Oh.
I just want to reiterate, even at the March 6th hearing, when we have all this discussion, you can give direction then. we have 9 days to actually certify it to the state afterwards, so we can redo and rechange if need be. That is certainly an opportunity as well. So it is not locked in, has to be 100% up to that date. Things can happen at the hearing also. The public's there. Or if you want a meeting prior or the 20th, it's completely whatever council wishes, we'll certainly do and provide that and have that discussion. So just to allude into that, sir. The first one, again, we'll go into airport hangar installation. We've kind of showed the photos, talked about the internal snowing that's happening out there. And it's just, I'm curious people's thoughts. We want to look at it, delay it. Where do you want to go with it?
Okay, let's start with,
I'm certainly in favor of that one. I know that the ag dealers here in town run almost $2 million worth of product through that during the spraying season. It's a valuable piece of our infrastructure, and I think it needs to be supported.
Okay.
Yes, I did walk through the facility. I think it needs to be done.
Okay.
I'm in agreement of keeping that on there.
Okay.
I don't really get a vote. I can give a reflection. It does 1.5 to 2.4 million to our economy. We have 10 employees. We have that ag business from July 1 to September 1st. That's super busy. I would lend credence, but I won't actually weigh in. Okay.
Sure.
I'm not in favor of that at all. I guess if we could certainly, Dave brought up a good point, any other commercial leasing, it's a responsibility of the tenant on a lot of this stuff, so I'm not in favor of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I hear what you said again, Dan? You said there's $2 million worth of product or $2 million worth of, what did you say?
Just based on the other comments that have been made about the importance of the airport, I visited with the ag dealers in town, and during the spraying season, one of the larger ones here in town runs over $1.5 million worth of product through that airport. It has to be applied by airplanes that fly and need maintenance. Plus, then you add in the advantage to the crops, just for the farmers. It increases their yields, those type of things. So I just don't want to see it become the next green bridge in town where we don't maintain it, and we get 10 years down the road and the council looks back and says, why didn't the council of 2017?
I also don't see a broad benefit over the entire taxpaying base to move forward to that, even though it's a small.
Talk about economic development all the time, and to potentially risk a major employer. You look at studies that are out there as a economic development, businesses look for general aviations in their top 10 of what they want to see in a community. It's, again, my opinion, so I don't want to take
And
too
again,
much
I don't
time
want to
today.
get super deep into
No, okay,
that
but
formal
we
vote,
needed a little background.
I
I
appreciate
hope
the
this is
discussion.
helpful to you. Edie, do you want to weigh in more?
I have one more question, for now at least. In terms of the alternate contract arrangement, do you or staff know what is typical for towns like us with these kinds of facilities?
I sure don't. We can try to look into that. We'll kind of see similar cities, what they maybe do or don't have, and maybe get their agreements if they have them. We can certainly pull that and try and see what
I mean,
that
I
looks
think
like.
it might just be worth considering a different mode of payment if that is sort of in the industry common.
Sure.
But, don't
We'll try and
don't
look at
spend
our
a
peer
lot of
group.
time
And,
on it.
no,
Yeah.
they love
Yeah.
doing this.
Yeah.
when we
Yeah.
pull this.
A lot of towns do a whole lot more than us. We're
Yeah,
pretty
okay.
down the totem pole what we
Yeah.
Actually do. I know Charles City does
It's not at
just
the top of my
whole
list,
lot more.
but I would be fine with it, given the amount, I do think there's an economic development positive. For me, it's more a question of, I think the contract thing is worth considering and seeing if there's another way to do it. If not, I'm fine with doing it this way, too.
Okay,
I'll give
fine.
you a yes question mark. How about that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. The second item then, the alley reconstruction.
I'd like to start with Edie
Yeah,
and go the other way now.
I would be supportive of that,
Okay.
for all the reasons we talked about already.
Councilman Lampe?
I'm supportive of that, but I think there was some discussion over break too, that is this going to be could we complete this in a timely manner to work with the downtown?
That's a big question. That's a great
Yeah,
question. That's a big
think so.
question. And it's something we're gonna have to hammer out. We want to. I know most of downtown is more 2018 in the phasing, and that's where we're gonna have to pair up. Is okay. When is it gonna hit? When is it not? Can we not? That's a good question.
We can't tear up the alleys and Bremer Avenue at the same
Right.
time, so.
Right. The core of it will happen for one of them that we showed in 2018, and that one we would hope to get done this year. But with the start of it happening on one block on either side of the bridge, yeah, we can't do it then, obviously, because that could impact some of that, and then the barriers that go. Once that was completed, we would maybe hopefully get it done. So it'll be certainly a timing issue if it's approved to go forward, and that's a great comment that we'll have to just be mindful of. Can it get done?
Yeah.
Time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't want delays, and then it runs into something else that overall affects the entire project. So, no, it's a great point.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's it's an important project to do. I think we ought to link it with a contest for the best refurbish of a back door on a commercial property, however. And the prize should be a lifetime membership in the Chamber of Commerce.
Point well taken.
Talk to Travis Tolliver about that.
Travis, I know you're listening. Dan?
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of it, even if it doesn't match up with reconstruction. I think it's something we owe these businesses, but again, I would encourage it to be shifted to lost instead of general obligation.
We'll make that note. We'll certainly have that discussion as well.
Next.
Okay, cemetery roads then.
Let's
Yes,
go, Edie.
I think I already said that I was supportive of that, and I haven't heard anything to convince me otherwise in the meantime.
Dan?
I'm supportive of that. Those are in very, very bad shape, and
They're not pretty.
that's not a good face that we want to put on our community either. When at the times that people are out there, that's not a.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point.
Good point. Mike?
Yeah, I support that too, although I do kind of wonder if we need to have a plan for how to get a hearse in and out of there for a burial while we're doing it. Is that going to be an issue?
It shouldn't be an issue. It's the old section. We don't do very many burials in that section anymore, so the new section will still be available.
Oh, then I withdraw my question.
Thank you.
Yeah, fully support it.
We'll withdraw that answer as well.
No, the answer stays. The question goes.
All right.
Dan?
Support.
Support, okay.
The concrete repairs then at library and city hall.
Let's go in reverse.
I guess this may be where I get to exert a little bit of my expertise from my full-time job. We've seen slip and falls out at CUNY Mutual cost us more than $60,000, so to me, this is money well spent.
Yeah, I would agree.
Pro Tem? Okay. Dan?
I think we can get a little extra life out of that. I'm not in favor of that one.
Okay.
Agree.
The library falls were directly the result of the bad condition of the roads? I mean, the parking lot?
We've had a couple, and Sarah can speak to this as well if she would. We've had a couple instances where, yeah, it wasn't just ice, it was conditioned, but elaborate.
I know that one of the cases, the gal, it was kind of at a seam spot where there was a big divot there because of missing concrete. Yeah.
We've had both, some ice, because again, it's hard to plow and because it's broken up. But again, it's certainly what council would like to do with that, so.
I'm fine with it. It's not at the top of my list, but
Okay. 12th Street
Wait,
sidewalk
the mayor
extension.
wants to weigh in.
Yes, sir. By all means, please.
Yeah, I think that it should be on the lower end of our priorities. 1 year, maybe with a patch. I'm kind of with Dan.
Okay, thank you, sir. 12th Street Northwest Sidewalk Extension. Get these out of here.
Let's start with Dan.
Again, I see this as moving us forward on the walkability. Again, when I weigh it against some of the other ones, it would be a lower priority for me. There'll be other opportunities maybe to pull it in and
Yeah, actually, I think, I see the value of it. I think if I were ranking these 1 to 6, this would be number 6 for me.
The importance for me, so something.
Dan?
I'd like to, again, a timing issue with the Bremer Avenue reconstruction, maybe that could wait a couple years until that's complete.
Yeah, I'm not, it's at the bottom of my list also.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that
You know,
Yeah.
Thumbs down, I think.
yeah, I'd,
is that a yin
I'd
or
say
a yeah?
no.
I mean, is
Yeah.
it a no yes or a yes no or
it's a no, yes.
That's for the
It's a
paper.
mostly no.
That's for the paper.
we'll point to the no, but
Moment
we'll
of
put you in the
clarity.
middle?
Huh?
Thanks for that moment of clarity.
Right.
I thought we proceed cautiously and we'll figure that out.
That was
okay.
funny.
Water main extension then to the CUNA building.
No, I think since Edie's on a roll, we'll go with
Yeah,
Edie.
that was a clear yes for me.
Okay.
I'm assuming that needs to be connected also to the, but is that a timing issue? Does that need to be done during this time frame?
It would be good to have it done as it opens up while we're right before we're doing that section actually.
So you're going to tie it into the old main, and then when the new main goes through?
No, we would not. We would have it. We'd put it in, but not hook it up till the full main hits it.
That makes sense, yeah.
As far as the timing of this project, the Bremer Avenue work, they're going to be working on both sides of the bridge and redoing the intersections and bringing the water main across as part of that Bremer Avenue work, that initial work. Our project is going to be scheduled to occur late summer, early fall, and so we will be connecting onto the new water main and taking it down to the CUNA building.
Pro Temp?
Would this be one that could go into TIF instead?
It's possible. We're still kind of working out what our TIF requirements are, kind of how much we have in there. It is possible. Yes. Yes.
I mean, I'm in favor of the project. I'm just wondering if that's a way to shift that.
Right. And water fees were an option as well we've looked at, and that's kind of 6 of 1 as well then. And we'll get into that a little later as well. But yeah, funding is still, this is our clearest, easiest to throw it forward. That's why we did it that way.
Well, I think it's important to keep the momentum on this project going when I think the momentum is there, and I think it's an important thing to do.
Thank you, sir.
I would agree. Timing's good, and again, Mayor, not to take your agenda away from you, but the crypt is already in there. We've had a little bit of discussion. Do we throw this one as the 7th one to get a head nod on? And since it's already programmed into,
Yeah, I mean, it's in the capital improvement fund, which isn't really a tax-related fund, so to speak, other than the transfer that goes in no matter what, but it's one of the projects we listed, so you'd either do it or you could choose to take it out at any time, really, and allocate one of these there instead, or it's all possible by all means. But yeah, if you want to discuss the crypt, if you have thought through it, if you'd like to see it or not see it at this point, we sure can.
You know, what extent would they do the work on that crypt, though? Is it a restore, or is it just, I mean, if you had, nobody ever goes in it. Is it just a,
Not anybody that's going to care about it being
you know, seriously, I mean,
No, I'm
you
with
just,
you.
is it possible to fill it in so it's not a hazard above?
Correct. That's our two options. We either restore it with the dome ceiling and re-brick it, or we fill it full of, what's the soft concrete called?
Flowable mortar, but
Yeah,
flowable mortar. I like that.
or sand or anything like that.
We fill it and then shore it up top so it's not a issue sinking. So yeah, it's really one or two, one or the other.
And those are both about the same price, is that,
We don't know, I think.
you know?
The filling in, I would guess, would be a lot less.
I would think, yeah, a lot cheaper to fill it in.
again, I lost the fact that this was not part of the debt.
Yeah, no, sir. It's in the capital improvement fund. It's
I'm
not
fine with just letting it
bonded.
go and talking about it later.
Yeah, we'll try and get more information from a historical standpoint
Yeah.
on it, and then try and get that back to you as soon as we can. Yeah, well, that's the direction I need then. I think I've got a good idea going forward. As of ranking, so we'll proceed with what we have here then, for the most part, and then we'll question the 12th Street extension a lot, because that's the one that we're probably the least strong on. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. So with that, we want to move forward then, off of capital projects and go into water.
Let's do water.
All right, then. We'll jump into water, and as this falls under the helm of Engineer Mike Cherry, I'll let him walk us through his water budget and actually probably most the rest of these going forward. So we can get you a chair if you need it, Mike.
I guess the first area to start with is on the revenue side, that revenues right now are look like they're going to be flat or a little bit below our this current year's budget. And that can happen from year to year, that we get fluctuations in water usage depending on how wet or dry the summer is and that type of consumption. But as James indicated earlier, one of the things that we're looking at is 2.6 miles of water main replacement underneath Bremer Avenue. And that project, as we've talked about many times in the past, is for much of the corridor we have like a single 4-inch water main. Probably dates back to the late 30s, early 40s. The West Water Tower by Pizza Hut was constructed in 1938, and I think that the water tower that used to be on the east side of town was also constructed about that time. That water tower was taken down and replaced in 1988. So again, we kind of look at the more modern era of our city's water distribution system dating back to the late 30s. We saw the additions being placed onto the hydro facility in 1938, of which one of those additions was the office for the city's water department, as well as the addition of the municipal well. So that means that much of our water main along Bremer Avenue is about 80 years old. We have a choice. Do we replace it or not replace it as part of the Bremer Avenue reconstruction project? This opportunity we really look at as kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to coordinate it with the DOT project and significantly reduce our cost. Going forward, if we choose not to replace it at this time, that means we will leave in place, in ground, a water main that's about 80 years old. A lot of the services may be that age as well, and they would be galvanized pipe if they have not been replaced. So going forward, we certainly run the risk of water main repair projects as well as service line repair projects that would involve having to remove and replace pavement on the new roadway. As was talked about, the cost of that water main work as part of this Bremer Avenue project is about $1.6 million. In order to be able to finance that through a bond issue, we feel that we need to do a course correction on our water rates. Over the past 10 years, the average annual rate increase has been 2.5%. That's about an inflationary rate adjustment. Early within those 10 years, for the first several years, we did a 5% increase one year, 0% the next year. Then we switched to a more uniform 2.5%. What we're showing for changes in the revenue to cover the bond issue is to go to a 5% rate increase for the next 2 years. And that would generate enough additional revenues to cover that bond issue, which would need to be taken out in 18-19. Okay, we with the DOT agreement, once the project is totally complete, we would have 3 payments. So we're estimating that these payments would start in January of 19, and then we'd have January of 20 and January of 21, showing that the first payment would be made through basically the water, the portion for the water main would cover that first payment. Depending on how that plays out, we may have a full payment or a half payment that first year. We're showing the full payment occurring, you'll see that later on, but occurring in the 18-19 budget. Okay. The way the budget shows, we think that after 2 years of 5% rate increases, we may be able to go back to an inflationary adjustment of 2.5% from that point forward. So that's how we are showing the revenue stream coming out here. Going down through the expenditures, a lot of this is very stable, very uniform. You have your personnel costs. It's basically inflationary adjustments going across. And then services and commodities. Again, this is very much there we go, services and commodities down here. Again, it's very uniform as we go across. Very much inflationary, that these are fairly stable expenditures. Then we get into capital expenditures, and this is where we start to see some variability. We're showing covering half the cost of replacing tractor backhoe. The other half of the cost will show up in the line maintenance divisions, sanitary and storm sewer.
This is one of the pieces of equipment we had extended a further year out, correct?
That's correct. It was scheduled, or originally, kind of the standard lifespan, it would have fallen into this current year, but given the performance and the reliability, we were able to extend that out another year. Now I want these sheets. So let me see here.
So Mike, on that water main replacement, short of raising rates, what would be our other alternatives to finance that?
I'll let James speak to that.
Well, we just would have to borrow the entire thing, or because part of it that we're looking at too is well, we can maybe make the payment. We may be able to make such a down payment we don't have to borrow as much through the water rate increase. Our minimum goal would be to at least be able to make the payments going forward with the increases that are there. Otherwise, we would switch it over to be GO debt on the straight tax versus water fees doing it. And the reason we jump into this, and we talked about this some last year as well. When you look at the water and even the sewer fees as we go forward, there is a significant portion of the community that does not pay taxes. That's just the way it's structured, whether it's city, county, churches, hospital, college, schools, your nonprofits such as Bartles and LSI. I mean, and they use a significant amount of this system, water and sewer, just because of the amount of people that are in those areas. So if we were to just tax for it, let's say, or even go and borrow 100% debt and pay for it out of taxes, only the people paying those taxes then are retiring that portion of it. And so it almost puts more burden on the people paying taxes, because the other areas that aren't kicking into this project or paying that forward. Water and sewer fees are one of the few ways that we can actually get that spread across. Everybody has to pay water and sewer fees. So they're at least contributing as well as everyone else, because on a pure tax standpoint, as I said, they wouldn't be contributing at all to the project. They would be, I'm not saying getting by free, but I mean, that's what some people would say, you're not paying. Everyone else that pays taxes would then be covering the share that they're using the facility or the services without kicking in. That's the standard logic as to why we prefer to do it this way if possible. But if not, for whatever reasons we decide to do it the other way, it's certainly possible. We can just do the bond on a straight GO and tax for it instead. That'd be the other alternative we probably do. So
My concern is long-term over rate, so you raise it 5% 2 years in a row and then go back to 2 subsequent years, then you're looking at, over 5 years, a 20% increase in our water line, our water rates, by the time you compound it and everything else. So, I mean, is it really sustainable over time? I understand that it puts the cost where the cost should be because everybody benefits from these water mains. But is there any other, I guess?
Well, the bond payments will go out like 10 years, but we need to make that revenue adjustment over a 2-year period to then be sustainable to cover the cost of those bonds for the next 10 years.
So once,
and I see what Dan is saying. If we continue to raise every single year forever, where does it ever stop?
Well,
at some point, does it get too high? Does it? And that's where
and to that
is that fair?
question, Dan,
no, absolutely.
is it faster, slower, or about the same as inflation?
I would say it's faster than the rate of inflation right now.
2.5%? 2.5%?
2.5% being the rate of inflation, or
about the rate of inflation.
We don't necessarily have to keep up with inflation, I would hope, but I mean, I'd like to see it, be more aggressive on, cutting costs elsewhere if that's possible, or at least look for some opportunities to, it just seems like we're on an uphill slide with rates that, and again, 5 years with those 5% years is going to be a 20% year or 20% increase, which is quite a bit given, and there's some people, it may not seem like a big deal, but, there's people on fixed income that may not.
We certainly appreciate that. How can you help me on how you're getting to 20%?
Compounding.
Your 5%, you're paying 5% increase on the 5% increase from this year, so I don't know what the exact, it's going to be close to 20%.
And you're just adding a raw 17.5%. So with compounding, it may be
right.
Close to 20.
And those are the hard decisions that we wrestle with as well, that you have to on a policy standpoint.
Yeah,
also, that's what makes it difficult to balance that very thing is we want to pay for this the most efficient way we can. We want to do the projects because we believe that it's the best time to do it.
I don't think
how do we fund it?
It's not even a want to do the project. I think it's an absolute necessity. I mean, there's no question that needs to be replaced.
I didn't want to misspeak, but I do agree with that completely. At that point when it's open, why would we not put a brand new main?
Exactly. I mean, there's no.
And so how do we balance that payment going forward with?
I understand that with the 5% and the 5%. I guess I'm probably along with Dan a little bit. I don't want to necessarily commit to 2.5 after that. I want to be able to come back and look at it and say, okay, what do?
100%. We're asking for just 2 years. That's it. We're not looking at 5 or 7 or anything. That's a theory of when we would go forward, but we would have to look at balances at that point in time. Other projects, if there are any, where do we truly sit? Because you'll see later we are looking at no increase in solid waste, 0 for the next 2 years. So I mean, it does occur to where it's not every single year and everything.
Right.
We do have some opportunities here, and the part of it too, and Mike could probably allude to it, is an aging infrastructure, sewer breaks, sewer maintenance, all that stuff. We try to encapsulate in this fund to utilize that, and they're not getting any less frequent. We have that aging infrastructure all over. And
that's my concern is we just can look to the south for a community that's kept their rate stable, and now they're looking at 9.5% increases over 3 years. So, yeah, ours may equate to a 20% over 5, but they're looking at a 30% over 3. So, again, it's good conversation. I think we have to find that balance between how do we keep things current but not overspend to keep them current, those type of things. So I'd just hate to see us get too conservative So we get ourselves in a situation where we have almost double-digit increases.
And, you know, in reading in some of that, the goals and plans, looking at setting up a 7-year cycle of going through and reviewing what needs to be upgraded, et cetera, we may get some cost savings in that ultimately by implementing a plan.
Okay.
So regularly, rather than patch it as it comes up type of a maybe
Okay.
approach.
Absolutely, and I think every community is wrestling with this as well, sewer and water, and especially if you're growing. And we are luckily one of them that are growing gradually
Right.
as we get bigger. If you're not, you still have these issues, and then you're really having a valuation tax base increase, and you're still having to fund it. And I'm glad it's their issue for now. We have our own, but that is what we're wrestling with, same as a lot of communities. And speaking to you, is how big is the project in Cedar Falls? I believe is it 40, 60 million for their
For the wastewater,
Wastewater.
they're looking at just the plant improvements, they're over 52 million, and then they have a major trunk sewer that's another 12 million. So they've got 60,
I like our
62 million, 64 million.
9.
And
And again, they're much larger than we are too. So, in
so
perspective,
scale it, they're 4
it
times
is.
larger.
But that's
Okay.
They're wrestling with the same
But-
issue, but not to get too far.
So on the water side, I guess, Dan, we don't see where there's fat in the budget to cut. We've had the growth of the community over the past 20 years. We've increased the miles of water main by 40%. We now have over 70 miles of water main, 646 fire hydrants that have to be inspected and maintained, 809 water main valves, in addition to 512 hydrant valves. We have over 4,000 water meters, customers. Our average usage is about 1 million gallons a day. And we, within the water department, also do all the locates for water main, storm sewer, and sanitary sewer. That was 3,500 Iowa One calls last year. Okay? We have 3 employees within the water department. They have 79 years of experience, thankfully, but we only have 3 employees to maintain and cover that. We have structured one of the items that you'll see in here is interdepartmental charges. And it's kind of in the middle here. It's a big line item.
251.
It's about $250,000. A portion of your salary comes out of that. A portion of several departments comes out of that, and we'll show that here in a moment as well. Let's see if I can find that.
But as you're increasing that length of water line, you're also increasing your revenue by adding more services, is that correct?
Yes and no. Part of it is for service and reliability. We did in 2008 a water main looping project that maybe added 2 or 3 customers, but it was several $100,000 to improve the reliability and performance of the system. So there are those types of situations as well. I want to pull out if you bear with me here a moment. So that line item for interdepartmental charges, this shows where it's going to. This is the breakout. So if you go into the engineering division, 35% of the expenses for that division that are not able to be assigned to another project inevitably get charged here. If you go to the legal legislative, 8% of that division gets billed to the water department.
Legal and legislative, that's,
It's you guys.
oh, well, you can have my salary. That help?
So
Bills too. Yeah,
these
just
are
take bills.
these are policy decisions.
Yes.
So you can choose to assign it to the water department. I mean, you as council members review the water department budget, act upon water main projects, those types of things. Or you can choose not to do this and assign all of it to property taxes. So,
I don't know if that's the right answer either, given the fact
But-
that, it's not the right place for that revenue to come from. But I just don't want to see as a long-term, okay, we increased it 5% for 2 years, and then we never back up once it's paid for. Once you start that, once you go forward with rates, it rarely comes back. And I guess we're real cautious, real cautious on how we get there.
I think it's very fair. And I know as we do our diligence going forward, we do try to look at what is our balance as we see it. And if it is too much, I would hope that we would get to maybe this year we don't have an increase, as is the case with solid waste. I just know going forward, we do have the project. If in a couple of years we have paid it off, I would hope we would take a very hard look at do we need to do an increase or not as we go forward. So, no, I agree completely, and that is the method we want to use going forward.
just as we previously talked, where we'd love to be debt-free in the general fund, but if you're debt-free, it probably means you're not doing capital projects that are maintaining, certain infrastructure. Same thing here. Going forward, one way to, have no rate increase is let's not do any projects. And this is our the debt payment schedule going out, and it will stair step off as we pay off the bonds, and we've historically done try to keep it to 10-year bonds so they stair step off, which allows us to take on additional projects going forward. Now, those projects, because of inflation, are going to cost more in the future, and that means that a mile of water main 5 years from now is going to cost more than installing a mile of water main today. Those are inflationary increases that we expect to see. So the idea that the water fund, we're going to have inflationary increases going forward, I think it's here.
I understand the costs go up and everything else, also property values go up, everything would tend to follow, I would think. Just a default to a 2.5% rate increase every year after this is complete, I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
We're not asking you to approve that. We're telling you we expect it to return to a more inflationary type of an adjustment, which over the past 10 years has been 2.5%.
And I think we're all on the same page with this. I really do. So. I think we're to the point where we're looking at just the two, and we know why we're looking at that, and afterwards we're going to do our diligence. We're going to make sure we're not doing more than we should be. If there's another project that comes online, that'll be discussed then as well, but at this point in time, this is what we see, and after that, we'll do the adjustment accordingly. And that's, I guess, all we can promise to do is that very thing, and then you have that justification. So I think we've covered that pretty thorough. We'll have a similar discussion with sewer. But absolutely. Appreciate that, Dan. So if you want to go forward, Mike,
yep.
that'd be great.
As we go through some of these line items, I want to just draw your attention to within your budget, you have these sheets here. And again, some of them are very routine, annual type things. But then you get down to like 6350. We have an $18,000 expense for, every few years we actually pull the pumps out of the well, and we do a well inspection and a pump inspection on those. And so we're seeing that here for well number 5. It's a routine inspect and repair whatever is identified at that time.
When would we ever get to the point we'd have to replace something like that? Is it absolute disaster, it blows up, or do we?
Well, hopefully through these routine, it's happened. I mean, we've had electrical or lightning strikes that have damaged them. We've had mechanical issues, but again, this is a major undertaking to extract these well pumps out, and it's done by a private contractor. We take bids, and you see all that information.
That's why I wanted to touch on this. Is not something light that we do. I mean, these things will be going and repaired, and
These are not things you want to have fail on you. So, but this is a routine thing. There's usually an allocation of some funds in here for doing some minor routine type repair items, but those really can't be identified until the pump is pulled.
And good side note here is this not only keeps our municipal water system healthy, it keeps the fire department water system healthy, which then allows folks that do some accreditation against that. The ISO rating that we get factors that in, and as a community, I know that we have gained points there, which then should translate into more reasonable insurance fees and underwriting and those type of things. So I can only emphasize with the project they did with the looping and those type of things, we had parts of town where if we had to hook up to a fire hydrant, we had to have pumps turned on because there wasn't capacity there. With the re-looping project that was done, only 3 new taps were put in, but that allows us now to provide that service without the fear of running out of water, those type of things.
That's also a major benefit of the Bremer Avenue work as well, as you don't get much flow out of a 4-inch, maybe sufficient for servicing the businesses, but not for fire protection, and so that's one of the major.
We've had to stop training in the downtown because the last 2 times we've used hydrants down there, we've had water line break somewhere. And so again, there's another side to this that's very
on
important.
the extension of CUNA will do that same thing in that neighborhood. Again, similar
Right.
issue. So,
Getting down to miscellaneous contracts down here. So every 2 years, we bring a company in to do a citywide leak detection survey so that we're able to, through special equipment, they're able to listen to the water mains and identify where we actually have leaks within water mains or service lines. And so this is done every couple of years. We also do have to go out for, we have to send the large meters. So you think of places like Wartburg, Nestle, those types of places. Those meters are so large that they have to be sent out to have them tested. The residential type meters, we do the testing in-house.
I noticed on, you got the fire hydrant painting.
Mm-hmm.
Almost wonder, because I've seen communities where they have fire hydrants that look like they've been decorated in various different ways, and farm animals or various things. Is there a way maybe to have neighborhoods adopt and take over some of that in terms of working with the fire department to make sure they're not like painting anything shut that they can use, but
well,
the neighborhood could
no
have their
concrete
own
color ones or camouflage
Okay.
ones, or
The
want to be able to see them.
The standard color for Waverly is yellow. But then the tops are color-coded based on fire flows, green being the best, then yellow, orange, and red. Red is less than 500 gallons per minute. Green is over 2,500 gallons per minute. So they are color-coded so the fire department can then identify the best hydrants to connect onto. Okay?
So I have a hydrant in my backyard. I must be the only one in Waverly. I don't know. So if I adopt my fire hydrant and would paint it, would the city give me some yellow paint?
No. We would cite you for tampering with public property.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is almost.
It'd be a council decision.
I'm trying to save
Could we
$125.
Could we come up with
Well,
a way of?
and this is that we a lot of this is
Don't do it, Mike.
okay. Moving on.
I had no idea. I'm glad I didn't. Yeah, it's good to know.
So we have lots of miscellaneous contracts under this item, and then moving down, you'll see another significant one here for iron and steel, and this is where our replacement valves and hydrants and those types of mechanical things that we're replacing. So we are testing our hydrants, our valves, to make sure that they're operational, to make sure that if there is a water main break, that we're able to isolate that area and shut down. Through this routine testing, we're identifying valves that may not be fully operational. They may only close part way, or they can break and need to be replaced. So we budget, this is pretty routine for what we budget annually, but it is, that maintenance aspect of the budget. We have chlorine and fluoride that we buy to make sure that our water is safe to drink. And then here's where you see the purchase and replacement of the 2006 tractor backhoe. So this piece of equipment would actually be replaced in 2018. We don't run out and buy stuff in July. When we budget for 17-18, we're actually doing it in such a way that we're purchasing 2018 equipment, and we take possession of it in typically the spring of 2018 at the end of the fiscal year. Water meters, as our community continues to grow, whether it's 60 new housing units a year, 60, 70, we have to get them set up with meters. And then we do have utility breaks, water main breaks, and so the department pays for the street patching to fix the water main breaks. Any questions?
Jump into water pollution control then.
Let's start out with our sewer fund summary, which is going to talk about our revenues. Oops, going the wrong way here. So as was presented a couple months ago, November, we had the nutrient reduction strategy that was discussed as far as the direction the city needs to go long term, as far as making sure that we are properly treating our wastewater before it gets to the Cedar River is discharged. But I'd like to back up even further. In 2010, we were we do a routine, about every 7 years or so, we want to be doing a facility plan, which is a comprehensive inspection and review of our treatment system and processes, and looking at that infrastructure and the condition of it so that we can plan accordingly if we have systems that may be nearing the end of their life or becoming more problematic. 2010, what came on our radar screen at that time was the trickling filters, that we were seeing deterioration within the structures, and per the industry standard, they were kind of at the end of their life. They were 30 years old, and the media inside the structures was, basically at the end of deemed to be at the end of its useful life if all you did was look at industry standard. Ours was performing pretty well. In 2013, we said we need to do a more comprehensive study on just that system. It's not getting better, but how much life do we have left in it? And so we did a risk analysis that looked at, if we had a failure, what type of a failure would we have, and how would that impact our ability to treat the wastewater going forward? From that 2013 study, it was determined that we felt pretty comfortable for, the next 5 to 7 years, but to be able to predict out the viability of that treatment system going forward beyond 7 years was looking pretty bleak. Okay. So we were already in a situation where we were going to have to be looking at replacing a major treatment process at our facility. That in itself was probably going to be a $9 million project. We wanted to be able to get every day of life out of the existing system as we could. And that's why we did the risk analysis in 2013. In the meantime, the state of Iowa was evaluating and updating what their water quality standards were going to be. We want to make sure that we could replace the trickling filters with a process that would also meet those future requirements. Those requirements were established in, I think, late 2014. So again, 2013, we did the risk analysis. In late 2014, the new treatment requirements came out. And just in 2016, we had to submit the city's plan to comply with those new treatment standards. And that was the report that was presented to council in November. What I want to make very clear is that that report identified a $9 million project to meet the new treatment requirements. But we were already going to be faced with a $9 million project to replace a treatment process that was at the end of its life. And I think that report even indicated if we replace in kind, we were going to be at $11 million. So the treatment process, either way, the most cost-effective treatment system to build was going to be what's known as the oxidation ditch. And the oxidation ditch is an activated sludge system. That was going to be the most effective treatment process to replace the trickling filters. And thankfully, it also allows us to comply with the new water quality regulations. It's a $9 million project, and the time frame that was mapped out was that in 18-19, we need to begin the engineering work on it to identify, to basically begin the process of requesting state revolving funds to help us finance and pay for that project. And that in itself is a fairly sizable application process. It's going to take some time for that to be reviewed and approved. But then we'd also initiate the design work with construction to begin in the 2021 budget, I believe, is what was mapped out. Construction work would not finish until summer of 2022. It's a 2-year construction process that we're going through. From beginning to end, it's a 4-year process to do the funding, the design, and the construction. We are showing that in the proposed budget that we start to adjust the rates and that we transition from 2.5% rate increases that we've been doing for the past 10 years, just like with water, and that we again do a course correction in anticipation of this project, and that we start with 5% rate increases going forward. Okay? James indicated that other communities like Cedar Falls, that their course correction is 9 to 10% a year. This is a policy decision. Do we do course correction now and put these revenues aside to help fund this project? And it would initially fund the design work of the project. Your design costs could be pushing $1 million, just like with the Cedar River Parkway. Or, as a policy decision, you could say, nope, let's just leave them at 2.5%, and we'll deal with it in a couple of years when we start incurring the costs. We're showing a course correction on the rate increases to shift from a 2.5% inflationary adjustment to a 5% so we can start setting funds aside for this major capital project.
Just a point of reference with the miracle of Google here, I've got the average rate of inflation over the last 7 years has been 1.757%, not 2.5%. You keep using that inflationary rate, and I don't think that's necessarily accurate if you look at the current data. I mean, it's 1.57 is the average rate over the last 7 years. Now, prior to that, it was like 3. You're right, but
Good information. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. 157, you said?
1.57.
Thank you.
You want discussion on this one, City Administrator?
It's a similar line as the water. It's really comes down to, it's a project we know we have to do. This one we have to do. We're not getting a lot of choice in this one. So it's going to come down to the same decision, policy. Where do you sit on it? How do you want to do it?
Well, that's the question. Do we?
That's up to council.
Yeah. No. Do you want some directional feedback now on that?
Not at this point. We will actually have the first reading of these very fees Monday, and there'll be discussion then at that point as well. Do we decide at that time how does this proceed? So I think that's why the timing of it. We'll have our readings the 6th, the 20th, and then actually on the 6th before the budget. So you will in fact have decided prior to the budget being finalized, is this in or is this not? And that was the point we took last year. We still like to talk about it during the middle of it, so you get the overall gist of what it fits into, but not have it after the fact. Because again, then we've approved the budget and it's in there, and so we try to move that up, do it just before. And so if the first reading goes through, we would proceed. If it does not, then that'll be it. We'll make our correction and we'll continue forward. So yes, sir. I don't think we need a lot of discussion.
Okay, we'll take this as a briefing only. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Let's keep moving.
All right, Mike, if you would.
Okay, so in the sewer fund summary, if you go down to the bottom, there's down here it talks about WPC facility reserve balance, and we show growing that balance out to over $1 million to fund the initial design effort, and then at some point there would have to be bonds issued to cover the cost of the project, the portion that wasn't pre-funded. WPC, again, it's very, very similar, very routine to the water department with changes to inflationary changes to personnel costs. One of the things that we do have in here is in this current year we were anticipating that this spring we'd be bringing on a 4th employee to get them trained in for anticipation of one of our 3 employees retiring. Our employee finally gave us his when he's going to retire is December 1st. So we're no longer showing the addition of that 4th personnel until July, so that we can have a suitable amount of overlap to get that person trained in on all aspects of our WPC operations. It is our lab technician that is retiring. That is certainly a very important, very complex role, but we also want that person to be trained in all the operations. Again, we've only got 3 people at our facility. 2 of them are pretty much frontline maintenance. The 3rd person is the lab tech as his primary duties and responsibilities.
And that saves us by having the lab tech in-house as opposed
Correct.
to having somebody have to come in. going to ask on that because I don't remember talking about, he was coming up on getting to the point of retirement, so that was,
Yep.
that's good.
Also within WPC, they take care of all the lift stations. We have 10 lift stations around the community, and so part of their duties and responsibilities is daily, 7 days a week, they go out and inspect those lift stations to make sure that they're functioning properly and that they're within those lift stations. I mean, this isn't the glamorous part of the job. There are trash baskets. So the raw wastewater coming in from the sanitary sewer before it gets to the pump gets filtered through a trash basket. Okay?
Is that where we find like the phones and the toys and the stuff? That's,
Yeah. Rags.
Collection. It really is.
Literally rags, bed sheets, anything that can get sucked or flushed down a toilet can end up in those trash baskets, and that's why they're inspected on a daily basis.
We did get a really good workout in those lift stations in September this last year. Pushed some of them to the brink, and
Right.
I think because of the engineering we do, the maintenance of it, it keeps them operating in those times
Right.
that they can take that kind of abuse and then come out of it.
These guys know pumps and mechanical systems. Okay, we're going to shift into line maintenance here in a little bit, but you know these are the pump guys, the mechanical systems, and that's why they are in charge of our 10 lift stations. Direct you to again the account detail sheets here to go down through these. That this provides you the greater details to what's in the budget. Again, a lot of this is very ends up being routine stuff, kind of from year to year. Equipment, repair of pumps and piping equipment. 20,000 operating supplies down here, another 20,000 chemicals and lab supplies, about 10,000. Other capital equipment. A lot of this is just kind of routine replacement of items that wear out. I mean, we have. Other capital equipment, replacing one of the recirculation pumps. That's an $18,000 item. So we have a facility that is 37 years old now and heavy on mechanical systems and pumps, and so we start replacing them. There is a fair amount of redundancy at the plant, but again, when we get to these older systems, it's time to start swapping them out when they get concerned about the reliability of these systems. Do you know if there was a... Yeah, it was just the one sheet. Okay. Okay, now we get into line maintenance.
Just real quick, again, knowing what gets said here can leave impressions with the public. I just kind of want to go back to the inflationary thing. I know what the indexes are out there, but taking water pollution control as an example, by council action, we have approved 3-year bargaining agreements that have 2.8% increases in wages. Wages is 70% of this operation. If you look at Google, since 1993, long-term construction inflation has averaged 3.5% a year. So this isn't we're going out and buying groceries, we're paying those type of things. So again, I just want to put it in the context that I think Mike is referencing. That we make decisions that drive that inflationary increase based on salaries and most of what they do is construction-related, so I think we have to put it in its context. And again,
Well, I think we really need to take a look at salaries too, then, if that's the case. Is our salaries or, wages that we're paying these people are, not that they don't do a good job, but is it sustainable over time? I would propose, maybe a 1 year, just let's keep all our salaried people flat. And let's see how that works, because a 3% increase over and over and over again, I think is.
Yeah, again, I understand the comments you're making, and it's certainly something we have to be concerned about, but
Well,
again,
we'd
within
be
the
concerned
context
about
of
it, but
this
how are we gonna affect that? How can we decide
every
that
3
this
years
is-
for a
this is where
council
we
to
need be?
review, and unless we're looking to reopen a contract for discussions on,
Which comes up next year.
that would be a great time to review it. But because of decisions that have been made by previous councils as well as this one, we do have those locked-in inflationary impacts on budget. I just want to make sure that there's a little
Understand.
bit of clarification on,
I'd like to see
context that I
I'd like
think
to see
Mike's
the
making a
data
reference.
comparing our wage rates to other communities of equal size. I mean, are we right on track? I don't know if we are or not. I guess I haven't done that data. But I think we've got an opportunity at some point. We've got to say enough is enough.
no, I agree. It's something that needs to be continually reviewed, and
I mean, I would propose, like, this year, department head salaries stay the same. Anybody that's on a 5-year progression would be, you get your 5-year progression, but why are we getting a 5-year progression plus a 3% increase? Does that really make sense? And if we're trying to keep our budget at a lower level rather than just passing it on to the average citizen, I think it's a real good time to take a look at that. Because
Agreed.
it's a cycle. That's what's going on here.
Worth looking at, James. It's something I know that Dick Crane, when he was city administrator, just before he left the last year or so before he retired, he did a look at supervisors' pay comparisons. So that's probably something you could pull up, or Carla might know where it's located, to have that comparison and kind of maybe update it to where we are now.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion that all communities are looking at that. We get requests all the time for our wages versus others. Some don't like to see our wages. Some like to see our wages. It really is a mix depending on the cities you want to pick a look at. Cities our size are all over the board because their departments are structured differently. Their titles are differently. Some have an engineer and a public works director separately, and et cetera. We have one combined. So we can certainly pull it. I'll get as much as I can to do the comparison. We'll have to try and fit it into what we have, though, to compare, because there is a difference in how some are structured. And so we'll certainly try and grab it from our more comparable cities. I'll try and figure out who that kind of is, because we're like to think we're unique, we're better. But we'll figure out who they are, and we'll see if we can't pull them. I don't know. Do we want to compare to like a Cedar Falls, a Waterloo, cities that much bigger? Is that fair for us to compare to them, or do we look at a Decorah, Charles City, who actually a lot smaller than we are, Hiawatha, Johnson, those cities? And so that's, I guess, where Pella. Of course, we have to
I
look
think
at
from a
Pella.
budgetary standpoint, I've seen that data. I think we can share that too. But I think we're fairly high up on the list when it comes to comparable from a budgetary standpoint for comparable sized cities.
I haven't seen that. I don't know.
No, I know, and then my data sources.
The other side of it is, how do our rates compare with other communities? And just a couple of weeks ago, this was published in the Courier. And this looks at, there's 39 communities listed here, and the combined water and sewer rates for a standard customer using 800 cubic feet. Waverly is solidly in the middle. A 5% rate increase is not going to swing us strongly either way. A year ago, when you were asking about rate studies, whether it's the Ames study or the French Ranker study, that showed that where our rates had been steadily growing at only 2.5%, the statewide average with sewer was at 5%, and water was at about 4%. So also Bill Angerman indicated that there are I think he said 88 communities in the state of Iowa faced with a similar situation on how to deal with the new water quality standards. So the idea that we're holding the line steady at 2.5%, where the statewide average was pushing 5%, that's something to consider too. And right now, this snapshot in time puts us solidly in the middle of these 39 communities.
Try and pull
So
the data
moving
again.
back on to line maintenance, the growth in our collection system, and collection system, this is tracking sanitary sewer, but we are also adding to the storm sewer system with the growth and development of the community. So we've had a 38% increase in the miles of sanitary sewer over the past 20 years. Within line maintenance, we have 2 employees that take care of the sanitary and storm sewer system. We're now up to over 60 miles of sanitary sewer mains. There are 1,227 sanitary sewer manholes, 301 storm sewer manholes, 1,253 stormwater intakes, and they are also responsible for the cleaning and televising of the sanitary sewer collection system to check for possible obstructions such as tree roots and cracked pipes. We have 2 full-time employees with a combined experience of 67 years. So that's a massive undertaking for 2 people to take care of. Is it sanitary sewer next? Okay. So again, with the exception of like a major capital equipment purchase for the jet machine, and that was done a couple of years ago, and then they also have a service truck. It's the bulk of it is personnel costs, and then we've got supplies such as manhole castings, those types of things in here, and go down through. So manhole casting risers, those types of things. We're in the process of going around and making sure that all the manhole covers are flush with the roadway surface. So as the street department is raising and adjusting those, the manhole castings, if they need to be replaced, are being billed to this division. And then miscellaneous contracts, the big one there is root control. How do you find out where you need to do your root control? It's through standard jetting and cleaning of the sewer manholes to identify where you're starting to see those obstructions. They can then also televise them, determine what the cause of the problem is before it becomes ineffective failure where it results in sewer backup into someone's property. So this can be a very important department. No one wants to have sewer backup into their basement. I think the majority of the sewer backups that we end up encountering end up being service lines because we do routinely get out there, maintain, clean, and inspect our sanitary sewer mains. However, from time to time, we do have issues and blockages that are related to city infrastructure. Here again, this is where you start to see that tractor backhoe. We look at water and sewer line maintenance as kind of our utility division. They share the building just across the parking lot there, and they share the backhoe, and so it's being split out, half the cost to the water department, and then a fourth of it to sanitary and a fourth of it to storm sewer line maintenance. They also help dig graves. Any questions on the sanitary? Storm sewer, again, is very similar, heavy on labor. Services and commodities really relate to castings for either storm sewer manholes or storm sewer intakes. And then also see a fourth of that tractor backhoe in there as well. Questions?
On, can you bring this up again, and maybe it comes up with, I wonder if it comes up with comparison of rates on this. On the storm sewer maintenance, you've got the stormwater utility. You've had that on that for a few years, talking about implementing one we never have.
Right, so
So do some of these other communities that maybe have lower water and sewer rates already have a separate stormwater?
yes.
And does that offset some of that cost for them because they're able to take money from that fund as opposed to?
That's correct. Some of these communities, many of these communities here, especially the larger ones, do have storm sewer utilities. We're funding our storm sewer maintenance operations from our sewer revenues. Many of those communities are not. They have a separate utility.
And that's probably going to be a study session thing again to look at that again. I mean, we've not done one yet, and I think for good reason we've decided not to. But it factors into the equation when you start looking at comparisons.
Can you send us that, Mike, too, those cities, that list of cities?
Oh.
Or do we, I don't think we already have that, do we?
No, this
Yeah.
came right out of the Courier.
Oh, it was in the Courier, okay, that's
Make-
fine, I can look it up.
Copies for that for Monday?
Utility rates or?
They
You get
want a
copies
copy of that for Monday?
Copies of that for Monday for us when we talk about it?
Carla?
I think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, also within there, it showed, they had the breakdown on the property, the consolidated property tax rates. So it had the county and the school in addition to the city. And I don't know if there's 20, 24, 30 in here. Waverly was on the lower side for consolidated tax rate. We're good to move on. We'll cover solid waste. If you haven't figured it out yet, I like charts, graphs. So for the past 20 years, we've been charting the growth in Waverly as far as the new housing units being built, and that relates to the number of potential garbage stops that we have to make, as well as curbside recycling. So in the last 20 years, we've had a 28% increase in the number of potential stops that we have to make. Now, people don't always put garbage out every single week or recycling out, and that's why I say potential stops. But it is a reflection that, if the percentage of the people that always put it out, it does mean it is a 20% increase in the number of stops that we're making. So from week to week, 80% of the people set it out. This is going to be reflective of that we have a 28% increase in the number of stops over the past 28 years. So we're continuing to steadily grow, which is a great thing, but it does also mean that it can affect operations. At some point, the last seat on the bus is taken, and you're going to have to look at 2 buses rather than 1 bus. We've always been evaluating our system and making adjustments. We've added services in addition to simply increasing the number of stops that we do. In 1970, up until 1970, the city had its own landfill. We had those landfill operations. 1970, the county opened up their landfill. In 2000, when was it closed? 2007? It closed, and we then had to take it down to Blackhawk County. Well, that's significantly further away. And we were also seeing an increase in the number of stops. The community was growing. So at that time, we switched from a rear-loading garbage truck, residential truck, which required at least 2 people, if not 3 people, to run the route, to semi-automated side-loading garbage trucks. 1 person. But we got 2 trucks because our community was continuing to grow, and we had a much further distance to drive in order to dispose of the solid waste. So that's where we kind of talk about, you know, the bus, the last seat on the bus being taken, and the need to get to. So we didn't add personnel. We added equipment. Because at best, we were running 2 people with that rear-loading residential garbage truck, and now we were able to run the routes with 1 person only. We encourage people to acquire a city-owned container, and then it was in 2014 where those garbage trucks were getting to the end of their useful life, and we were faced with a decision: do we continue with the semi-automated, or do we go with a fully automated garbage truck? That would require every single customer use a city container. And the council agreed with that decision, to continue improving the efficiency of the operation so that we would be able to continue to add customers while maintaining the same number of personnel. 1992, state mandate coming down that you have to have a recycling program. Okay. And there were goals set for each cog. I think it was a 50% reduction or 25% reduction?
I think it started at 25.
5, yeah. So as a region, you had to achieve like a 25% reduction in your landfill disposal. So that's when the city began the recycling program. We had a recycling center. We also started with curbside recycling. Those were added services. So we've continued to add to the various options available. Up until 1990, the summer of 90, through 97 for sure, maybe even through the summer of 98, our yard waste operations amounted to burning everything at the facility. We just burned it. I think starting in 1998, we started processing it. So we would compost our leaves and grass clippings, and we would grind up our wood material. Those are services that we've continued to add. And the number of full-time personnel within the solid waste department has remained unchanged since 1980. Is that correct, Brian? Now, we've added part-time staff to run the recycling center and yard waste facility. But as far as the number of full-time staff, as it relates to personnel costs, as it relates to health insurance and those types of things, have remained unchanged since the 80s, so 30 plus years. And yet we've added services. We've added lots of different options. When we went to the city containers, we didn't give them just one choice for a city garbage container. We gave them 3 options for collection services on their solid waste. So, moving into the budget, our revenue for this, we do commercial services as well as residential, and the bulk of our revenue comes from those monthly fees that we charge our commercial and residential customers. We also have revenue coming in through the rental of dumpsters. We have a dumpster rental program, so you want to do spring cleaning. You know, those are services that we're also able to provide locally here. You do have the choice of having a refuse contractor provide you a container. That's what a lot of the housing contractors do, because they need a large roll-off dumpster. But you could also rent a smaller dumpster from them. But we don't see that happening because it is very cost-effective and convenient for locally here if you need a 2 cubic yard or 4 cubic yard dumpster to do your spring cleaning, or if you're moving, those types of things. Those are services that we are also providing. If you have extra garbage, you can get a sticker and you know, you have that holiday gathering, birthday, graduation, those types of things, and you have extra garbage that needs to be set out. We have the sticker program to cover those costs. So that's where you see your revenues coming in. We also do generate some recycling revenue through our recycling center. That's our revenue source for recyclables. Recyclables picked up at curbside are an expense to the city that we have to pay a vendor to take those commingled recyclables. So the revenue that you're seeing is really coming from the recycling center. Also, we have a commercial cardboard truck that goes around, and we do get revenue from that as well. Expenditures, very heavy on personnel costs. Again, you'll see interdepartmental charges and services and commodities, miscellaneous contracts. That's our landfill fee that we're paying to Blackhawk County, as well as the vendor that's taking our commingled recyclables. Very consistent, very uniform from year to year. And then we get into heavy motorized equipment. This is where we get into a little bit of variation as we look out. So we're showing the replacement of the commercial garbage truck in this year's budget. And so if you go to the detail report here, that that garbage truck is $181,000 with trade-in. It nets out at $121,000. Miscellaneous contracts, again, you see the landfill fees, disposal of commingled recyclables, appliances. We do special collection. We just have a tremendous variety of services that are available as it relates to refuse collection and disposal. Our yard waste facility is operated at free of charge to the public. We offer delivery of compost and wood mulch. There is a delivery cost to cover that, but otherwise, you can drop your leaves off, drop off your grass clippings, or you can, a lot of people get compost and wood mulch and pick up truckloads, and there is no cost for that.
Question, Dan?
You know, we've looked at water, which has got a rate increase due to infrastructure improvements that we absolutely need. We looked at sewer, which is going to look at possible rate increases that are unavoidable and we absolutely need. Is there opportunity? How does the cost to the average homeowner or refuse, how do those compare to those of the private sector? I know that we've did brief discussions about that. Nor do I want to suggest that we cut services. I know that you outlined a lot of services here, but, you know, how could we integrate that to a total picture, a total utility bill or city service bill? How do we keep that fairly flat in face of what we have ahead of us as far as definitely, I mean, the absolutely improvements in infrastructure that we have ahead of us? I mean, is that an option? It'd be interesting to see what those rates would look like.
And that's where it gets a little bit more challenging in trying to do an apples-to-apple comparison because of the variety of services that we are providing. Our neighbor to the south, they have a recycling center, but they do not do curbside collection.
Janesville, is that who you're talking about?
Cedar Falls. You have to go to a private contractor to do your residential curbside recycling. And Brian, do you know by chance what that cost is?
I was
think
over $10.
I was thinking it was like $20 a month for curbside recycling. I mean, it was significant. So, and then if you get into trying to compare to a Shell Rock or Green or some of these other communities, it gets more challenging. Decorah, I don't think they don't even have a recycling center like we do. I think they basically have roll-offs sitting in a parking lot somewhere that you have to take your stuff to. So we can try.
It'd just be interesting to see the numbers for comparison and the comparison of comparison number one rates and number two what services they would provide, if that's. I mean, if they can't provide the services that we have, then we have discussion. If they can do apples to apples, maybe something that from a big picture standpoint we may want to consider. I don't know.
Well, I know that we've been. When I say we, I mean the community, the council have been very responsive to the services the citizens want. It's like, many communities, they don't provide an option on the size of the container. It's, here it is, that's what you get. And we have 3 choices for that type of service.
2 choices for size, 3 choices for service.
Right, 3 choices.
For service, not for size, I guess.
We've got 3 sizes.
There's 3 sizes?
Yeah, you have to be in
I thought there's a yellow lid one for every other week and then the smaller one.
And with the capital equipment replacement, it varies. It's one of those things that fluctuates up and down from year to year. So what we show in, see if I got this right here. Down at the bottom line, you'll see a line item for equipment reserve. As we start to set aside money for replacing, whether it be the recycling truck or the residential garbage trucks in, it may be 4 or 5 years out, but we need to start setting aside money because, if those 2 residential garbage trucks, they're about $240,000 a piece, but then you're going to get some trade in. But, we need to be setting funds aside, be mindful of that as you see the cash reserves build up, we're going to have a major expenditure coming up in the future.
That's for the fully automated trucks, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else, Mike?
And then you'll also see, again, as we continue to grow and add customers, that we're going to be budgeting for and buying additional containers to provide to those new customers. And then also routine replacement of like the commercial dumpsters that as they age, wear out, rust out, those need to be replaced as well. we know people take pride in their business. We want them to have a decent-looking garbage dumpster. I mean, you can have a phenomenal-looking place of business, and if the dumpster is rusted out, it doesn't reflect good upon the business, nor does it reflect good upon the city. So we think image is also important as well, and so we want to keep those well-maintained and in a good state of repair and replaced out, so that, you know, we're keeping our commercial customers happy as well.
Just a comment about recycling. I take mine out to the recycling center just because I need to get out of the house once in a while. And I notice a lot of people do it. I'm assuming that is a cost saving to the city, is it? Or does it make any difference?
Well, it is a benefit to the city because for the cardboard and the plastic and some of those items, we actually get some revenue off of it. But that has to be balanced against the convenience to the customer and the cost to the customer, that you're close, I'm further away. I will maybe make a trip out there once a month to take care of glass and styrofoam and other things that cannot be recycled curbside. But for me to do a weekly trip out there, it's much more convenient and cost-effective to have a city container that costs $2.10 a month. And that's for a 35 or 65, $2.10 a month. It's a big benefit to the city. The more people, more citizens that use our containers, it's more effective that way.
If we didn't have it, Mike, we'd have a sizable increase in landfill fees because we'd be hauling it all to just disperse it. And so that's the trade-off as well. We'd have to look at how much are we seeing in tonnage we would be disposing of. Then there's the environmental piece, which is hard to put a price on that, of not dumping that into the landfill. But that is the other tangible side of it, is what would we pay extra to just haul it and dump it versus trying to recycle it and get some revenue out of it being pre-mixed. So
The other thing I hear, and I don't know if it's just anecdotal or if it's actual, maybe both, is that Waverly seems to do a pretty good job of keeping their recycling separated and clean, maybe better than some towns, and I am assuming that that's a savings as well.
Yes, we hear that quite often, that ours is clean. You know, I talked about Decorah, where they just have dumpsters sitting out, or roll-off, big roll-off recycling containers in parking lots for recyclables. Well, if you don't have anyone supervising, you know, people may throw garbage in there at night and contaminate the recycling. So having an indoor facility that is managed and monitored keeps that product clean. On curbside, by using a semi-automated system, it means that our driver, every time he stops and flips that lid open, is taking a peek inside to make sure that there's not a bag of garbage or styrofoam or glass or other things in there. So our system, our operational practice promotes that we have a cleaner product.
moving to airport.
So with the airport, we generate revenue from three different, or actually have revenue from two different areas. Hangar rent is a big one, and then we are now getting realizing some farmland rent of about $13,000 a year. The general fund tax support is down to $10,000 a year annually now, and this is for the routine operation and maintenance of the airport. Capital projects would not show up in this, so the land acquisition, the runway reconstruction, or the runway extension don't show up here. We also look at doing the insulation work on the bulk hangar as a more significant capital project that would be funded outside of this general airport fund. Major expenditures here, the big one is our airport manager. And if you look at the airport manager versus the hangar rent, they pretty much balance each other out. The hangar rent takes care of the contract for the airport manager. Otherwise, utilities, that's split out between electricity and propane. We do not have the option for natural gas at that location. The FBO pays for half of the propane. The city pays for all the electricity. Again, you need to be thinking the bulk of the electricity is the runway lighting. Okay.
Question on, you've got the airport manager contract in there. All the other ones, we see the FICA and IPERS and anything else that's there, that's not shown in this. Is that different based on the manager's contract?
He's not an actual city
employee. He's
employed by Cedar Valley Aviation.
So he's not ours to make sure.
Or the rest?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. We just hire him in to do the
Curious.
work.
Well,
No benefits.
Contractor for sake of it.
Absolutely.
Going back to the general fund transfer, as it relates to property tax support or tax rate levy, this is what's happened over the last 20 years, that the airport, the routine operation maintenance is just about self-sufficient. We're certainly headed in the right direction.
Unless you're a pilot, that's not how you want to be going.
Yeah, there's a wire in the way.
One thing I'd like to point out about the airport is that there's approximately 105 general aviation airports in Iowa. 80% of them have runways longer than Waverly. 80% of them have less traffic than Waverly. And there are 62 licensed pilots within Bremer County. Most pilots do not own their airplane. They rent them. They rent airplanes from Cedar Valley Aviation. So these are pilots that they want to go out, fly around for the weekend, or some of them rent the plane and may fly down to Iowa City or down to Ames or wherever to go to a football game or basketball game. You know, they have rental planes available. And so we have about 22 airplanes that call the Waverly Airport home. There are, if we had more hangar space, we would have more owners that would be interested in housing their airplane at the Waverly Airport.
So our hangars are full?
For the most part. There might be one, or it fluctuates, but for the most part, we've had upwards of 3 to 4 on a waiting list before. I think this past year there may have been 1 or 2 vacancies, and that really kind of resulted from when we had to shut the airport down for the runway reconstruction. But now that the runway is reconstructed, it's one of the smoothest in Iowa because it's new. And so we may be at or very near capacity here again.
And talking to the ag chemical contractors or distributors here in town, they're saying that they average over 1,000 landings, takeoffs a month during their peak, those type of things.
And I know some people don't like that. They don't like the ag planes using the airport, but it's helping serve the surrounding farm community, and as you indicated, I think it was Schneider Milling. They did over $1.5 million of business in support of the area farmers through the Waverly Airport. So it is an important facility, not only as it relates to Waverly businesses, but as it relates to the surrounding, the greater Waverly area.
So is there revenue that's brought in from that activity? Is that use fee? Is there airport use?
No, there's no landing fees.
There's no landing fee.
Right.
I guess isn't that an opportunity maybe to, get some more revenue that you could use to build more hangars or replace the plastic in the roof or the insulation in the roof? I mean, does it cost money to land at the Waterloo Airport?
No. Not to my knowledge.
I'm just curious. I mean,
And Waterloo's a carrier airport. There are 8 carrier airports in the state of Iowa.
so some of these other smaller airports, are there landing fees there?
I don't think anyone has them.
On the hangars, you mentioned we're pretty full. That's part of the runway acquisition, that we're not able to build more, at least for the federal match on it.
There are federal funds available to build additional hangar facilities, but only if you've completed all your safety improvements. If you got your safety and maintenance stuff taken care of, then you can start to use those federal funds for hangar construction. Yes.
Good. Because we're supporting this with the general fund, right? $10,000.
Correct.
Proposed. So, again, for the average citizen of Waverly, what benefit does it have? I guess what's the return that the average taxpayer, myself or anybody, what do I gain by having that airport? I guess
Schneider Building's making $1.5 million, and
Schneider it's good for the surrounding county, the agricultural land around. You're right.
Cedar Valley Aviation employs, Aerial Services has their home base out there, and they're a global company.
Makes people want to live here.
But again,
People live here
how does
because
that-
there is an airport.
Those
It's a
people
lot of
pay taxes.
convenience. Yeah, and businesses
I guess
use it.
I would just question the actual benefit that we're getting for the investment.
I think CMI, one of the reasons that they purchased Terex is, at least they told me,
Did they told
the
you
airport was really important to them. That was
How would you
quote-unquote.
measure it, Dan?
I don't know. But I'm not hearing any.
So
direct-
there's a state of Iowa report on the economic benefit of the general aviation airports and the carrier airports, and we can make that available to you. It was,
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, according
It
to
was-
that report, they have 26 direct and indirect employees based on the operation there. Total payroll is, and this is probably 6-7 years old, 720,000 total output. Just from the employment side of it is almost 1.5 million. So again, these are fairly dated numbers, but
we get
we're
about
getting-
$10,000 worth of taxes from that, probably, from all of those ancillary.
earlier it was said 2 cents per thousand. The average house in town gets taxed $137,000, so you're talking $6 a year maybe.
And we're projected, by 2019-20 to really have more than cut in half what the property tax support was since 2014-15.
We'll grab that report and
Right.
get that to you, Dan.
Like I said, you've got a lot of people. There's a pretty large demographic of retired people in Waverly too, and what on a fixed income, where are they seeing that benefit? I guess that's where I would question.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be the prosperity of the town that they move here to enjoy or want to stay here to enjoy.
Okay, anything else in your report, Mike?
That's it.
And we'll jump ahead into our funds. We just have a few of them here. And this is really informational in the sense, the self-insurance or health fund for employees in that. That's kind of the first one we look at. We have our premiums. They're about equal to our costs, and you can kind of go through and again, I'm not sure why we have all this in there, I guess, but it's just funds that we have, so we want to make you aware of it. So you have employer contributions, medical payments, interdepartmental charges, miscellaneous expense. That's our self-insurance fund. That's what we cover. And along with that is the same for dental and vision. I don't know how many questions you may have on this or not. We'll try and answer them if you do, but it's just the services that we provide for our health insurance. So, the last thing that we have look then is our transfers. I know this comes up quite a bit. What do we transfer in, transfer out? And that's kind of what this last page is to show you is by fund, where the transfers come from, what do they look like. I can let you kind of glance through them. If you have any questions, we can sure try and answer them. I don't want to sit and read them to you necessarily. We get transfers for capital projects from different areas for this local option. Water, sewers, we've talked about throughout here. Then we have transfers for debt service that go out, and like I said, it's just a mixture. Local option has the vehicle reserves for police, fire, ambulance. So it just kind of gives you a in and out transfer, and they always have to equal. The bottom page, they equal, outstanding. That's a good sign. So that's a requirement. So pending questions on that, that's what we have. That's our book.
Very good.
That's the budget as a whole. I guess at this point, we'll take any questions, comments, last meeting, this meeting. How would you like us to phone in bid, or what do we? How would you want us to move forward? I guess is the key. We're hoping for a March 6th hearing. We'll try and get the things that we've identified today to council as soon as we can next week. But that's my question. My thought is how do you want us to move forward then when it goes to hearing?
I guess that was my question, and that might have been why I pushed to have us review those 7 items, because I know we're against some state mandated deadlines as far as getting this pulled together, and it's great to continue the discussions we're having, but at some point we have to move forward with the information we have and either say it's in or out of this budget. And I guess the next milestone here would be what?
Well, like I said, we would go to March 6th would be the hearing. My goal is to know, is there anything you want pulled out of here that you've seen or don't? Do we need to discuss this on Monday would be pretty quick. The 20th, we could put an agenda item on to discuss this further, the budget as a whole, after we reviewed it. But we're going to need some very good direction there to at least establish our ceiling, because we publish that week. Actually, that
Amelia
day.
said I could, first it was the 20th. I talked to Amelia, and she said if you changed anything on the 20th, she would take the publication on the next day.
Okay. So we would need to make sure that if we're going to make changes, and we certainly can, the sooner we know, the sooner we have consensus to do that, the better. The 20th would be the last.
And just for
And
clarity,
we could do it to set our ceiling, then you can make changes as well at the hearing to lower it but not increase it.
for clarification, this is one that has to be published in the paper?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not one that we can just post on at City Hall like we can a meeting announcement. This is one that
You need
has
formal
to be-
newspaper publications and proof of it for the state. It's
Right,
10 and 20
right.
publication.
I just wanted to clarify that, because I know there are like council meeting and agendas and things. We can have 24-hour notice. We wouldn't have to have it in the paper. If we have it up at the City Hall 24 hours ahead, technically we're within the laws. We're not being necessarily as transparent as possible, but we're within the laws. With this one, it has to be in.
This is state-driven Iowa code. You will publish. It's a 10 and 20 publication, they call it. So at least 10, no more than 20 before your hearing, you will publish in the paper. And so that's the motivation for us to at least hit that 10 for sure. We're going to need to publish the week of the 20th, probably in the 21st, I guess, to hit that for a March 6th hearing. And then we have to officially certify to the state by the 15th. So any changes are made the 6th. We have time to readjust. Once you certify whatever that would be, we would make the necessary changes to get that then to the state in time as well. So,
Again, reason for asking some of these questions, I'm just wondering if, again, I know it's tough for 7 individuals to come together and get everything that they want in the budget, but I would hope that we could get close to, even though maybe my particular item isn't fully addressed there, we could get to a unanimous vote on the budget because they know it's the best for the community based on the discussions, group preference, those type of things. So I don't know if we need to look at scheduling another separate meeting just to talk budget so that we can get more comfortable.
Again, we'll do as directed. I leave that to council to determine that if you want another meeting or if you want it as an agenda
That
item.
would be up to the 13th. We don't, normally 13th, second Monday would be Board of Adjustment, but there isn't one this month, so.
Yeah, it would have to probably be the 13th, be the easiest, which gives us time then to get the publication as well.
It gives you a little while to pull together some of our discussions here and maybe any questions that come in over the next couple of days and come back and say, this is what we thought we heard. Any quick changes, anything we need to address? Because again, I understand everybody's comments and certainly some of the challenges Dan has put out there I think we need to look at as contracts come up, as those type of things come up. But again, I would hope after the thorough discussion we're having that the group would feel comfortable that whatever budget comes forward is the best we can do at this point in time and be able to support it.
So I guess that begs the question then, do we have a meeting on the 13th? Is that council's preference, or is that something we want to just not have, or do we do it on the 20th, which again, we can certainly do. It just gives us a little bit of a...
I guess maybe that's something, I don't know that you guys have it right now, but if you're looking at what you've got scheduled for the 20th, whether we've got the time to slot something in for that.
Well, you have public hearing on Green Bridge. That may
Pretty
take a little
full,
time.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what else is on the 20th.
Then it might be a better option to have a different time if we've got something that's going to take up the chunk of the 20th that way. To me, again, normally I would have for me, I'm scheduled with Board of Adjustment typically, so I always block Mondays off, but we don't have one this month, so that Monday's available, at least for having the council chambers. I know we've moved it before for the council, but Pete likes to be on camera when he gets a chance. So.
You can hold it on any day. I mean, Mondays are typically when we do it, the 13th, but it doesn't
But we could
have
set
to be.
another day too. But
you can certainly hold it anytime you want, and we'll try and be ready for whatever you need. So I guess that's the question at hand is how do we want to move forward?
Guess hopefully, by my comments, I'm supportive of a separate special meeting just for budget. I think trying to incorporate it into a standing agenda, especially with some of the topics we have coming up on the 20th, it's going to be emotionally charged anyhow. But I would hate to compound that by having budget and have it be lost in the shuffle, I guess.
Okay. Rest of council, any other comments, thoughts?
Sounds reasonable.
Dan? 13th?
The 13th?
Is that what you're thinking?
That'd be the next Monday, I
It'd be the
guess.
second Monday.
Second Monday.
Second
We
Monday,
wouldn't
we
typically
just-
have one, but that would be the next Monday.
Yeah.
One available.
So we're adding an additional meeting for budget. Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a problem.
Okay. That's
So
all
it'll be
we
a
got.
singular agenda item on the 13th.
At some point, I would like to maybe make sure we rephrase it, though, if we need to vote officially to get this moved forward or to get off of topics that we have the ability to vote as a council.
On which date?
The 13th.
Oh, yeah.
To either include or not include, or I'm not saying approve the budget by any means.
Right.
But at least to move us off center if we don't have a consensus of one way or the other. Do we leave something in? Do we not? Otherwise, we're going to be where we are today.
No, I think
Be
we've come a
important,
long way, and I think, it's been wonderful 2 Saturdays. I'm feeling very buoyant. I think that, look, I would do the 20th except for, I don't want to do the Green Bridge at the same time. So I think it's worth the extra effort.
Go 7 o'clock on the 13th then?
Yeah, 7 o'clock, and I think we can move, and we don't have to be here forever. I think we're all ready for this already. Okay, motion to, oh wait, last comments, and I want to get Ron, any words of wisdom as you've listened hour after hour? Not yet? Oh, it's coming. All right, all right. This side, any, Dan, any, Edie, any last words of wisdom for James, staff, and all? Pro Tem,
Just
Mike?
thank James and staff for the work they put in,
Huge
number of
amount of
hours
work.
that they do
Appreciate
putting this stuff together. And
Huge.
It's not easy for you guys to make these decisions at times. It's a lot of difference, and we appreciate it. So I know it'll come together eventually, and it'll be fine.
Tim just took my comment. I'll second that.
Okay. Dan, did you want last comment? Motion to
My
adjourn.
perspective,
Yeah.
just need to keep talking. I'm done.
Move
Go ahead.
adjourned.
Second, all in favor with yes?
Yes.